This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life, and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the
So, welcome to Guildford. First ball of this match between Lancashire and Surrey. Pushed out into the offside by Ryan Patel. And yes, you can see on your screen there that Lancashire have won the toss. They've elected to bowl. The travelling circus, the Surrey travelling circus, has moved to Guildford today. A beautiful sunny day. High clouds, lots of blue sky, 24 degrees. And I'm Daniel Norcross alongside Jo Harman of Wisden Cricket Monthly. And we are in an unusual position. We are on a balcony in the sunshine. Sans hats. We might need a hat at some point.
Slightly concerning. We are certainly open to the elements here, but thankfully it's a lovely day.
Well, we're tonsorially challenged, both of us, so...
That's a nice way of putting it.
Yeah, so we're in danger. Can you believe it? In this soggy, miserable summer of a bit of heat stroke today. The crowd is filling up nicely. It's a sellout at Guildford today. 2,500 people will be coming in as Will Williams continues on the railway end. Nice piece of fielding out there at extra cover. You can hear the first ripples of applause. Now, if you're not familiar with Guildford, it's a relatively intimate ground. The spectators are very, very close to the action. And Jo, it's not too much of a hit to see that going to square leg, for example, or there are some rather fragile-looking cars, I would say, in the car park.
Absolutely. You've got to be careful. Afternoon snoozes probably not advised in some of those seats. Definitely worth keeping your eye on the ball. Certainly at that point boundary as Ryan Patel is facing now.
Now, I think we may have missed a no ball there, you know. The first ball was a no ball. 2 runs for a no ball, of course. Got the run off it. So Surrey getting off to quite a nice start here in the sunshine. Away to our right, Woodbridge Road, all the buses and cars going away down the side. They are probably protected by both the trees and quite a high fence. Away to our left, though, I'm speculating a bit here, but I can see lost balls.
Yeah, absolutely. That is not a big boundary, and that is a low fence.
That is a low fence. Oh, beauty. Just goes between bat and pad through to the keeper. And now we should give you some team news. Essentially, both teams... Well, sorry, not unchanged, because they're going in with Tom Laws. They're pretty much down to the bare bones. 13 players out in the 100, of course. Tom Laws, the eagle-eyed of you will spot, is contracted to the Oval Invincibles. But this year, players who are perhaps a little idle, not getting in the first team, can be recalled by their counties, and Surrey have done that with Laws, because they were pretty much down to just 10 fit players.
An essential addition, really, given the injuries they've had. We've lost Ben Folkes to a ankle injury, I think it was. Matt Dunn with a hamstring injury. Jordan Clark still out with a hamstring injury.
And Yusuf Majid,
I think, pulled his groin, in the field
at York.
At York. So down to the bare bones. Tom Law's a hugely welcome addition to the side today.
Well, he had a fantastic Royal London Cup last year, and I'm just pleased to see him out there playing, because he was starting to get quite a few games in the Championship side, and then suddenly August was in danger of being completely idle, which is not ideal for a young man's development.
Well, for one of the kind of up-and-coming county stars to not be playing much cricket in August is obviously a sad state of affairs. So I'm glad they've got that rule in place now where they can at least rectify it, and that we can see him in action today.
A little edge, just lands in front of slip, diving away to his right. Let's run you through the two teams. Surrey, almost unchanged. With the addition of Tom Laws, Ryan Patel, Dom Sibley, Rory Burns, Josh Blake keeping wicket. Saw some footage of him at York. He looked
a couple of fantastic stumpings.
Oh, he looked in terrific form, didn't he? Ben Geddes, who has shone sporadically with the bat in this tournament. Cameron Steele, who's shone with both bat and ball. Tom Laws, strengthening bowling and batting. Conor McCurr, Dan Moriarty, left-arm spinner. Luke Griffiths and Amaverdi. Delighted to see him back in the side.
Yep, looking forward to seeing young Luke Griffiths today as well. I think he was only 17 years old, came into this side 2 games ago. He's picked up a wicket in each match, got a bit of pace about him. I know Surrey are quite excited. He's on a short-term contract here, but what a chance to impress today in front of a sellout crowd at Guildford.
It's one of the joys, isn't it, of this tournament? I mean, you get to take the cricket elsewhere, not just playing at the Oval. A couple of games at Guildford, another one on Sunday. That'll be interesting to see how the crowd stacks up for that one, because that's running up against the Women's World Cup final at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, we might see people drifting a little bit later for that one once that game has been resolved, but I imagine we'll have another sellout here on the Sunday if the weather's as kind as it has been so far today.
Well, it's looking pretty good. The forecast for this part of the world is set pretty fair. There's a little bit of showery rain possible tomorrow, but we've got, dare I say it, the 10-day forecast is looking quite sumptuous.
I think we're due, aren't we, really?
I think we've earned it, yeah. I've done more than enough rain break fillers to last me a lifetime this summer.
Let's not even talk about Old Trafford, Dan, if that's where, if that's where we're heading.
Well, actually, I didn't have to do too much there, because I was working for an Australian station called SEN. And when the rain falls, they just go to a whole series of really pointless phone-ins about Aussie no-rules football.
Okay.
Which is very pointful for them, but obviously for me, it has
not so much.
No interest whatsoever. Ah, that's a beautiful shot. Timed that impeccably to Dom Sibley off his pads. He loves it there. And that's flicked away for the first boundary of the day.
Yeah, that's a strong area for Sibley. That's exactly where he wants it, particularly in this power play. Traditionally a very good batting deck here at Guildford. Surrey haven't really got off to a flyer in any of their games so far. It'll be interesting to see how they approach this today, whether they try and play a few more shots than they have done.
Hang on, can I hear an ice cream van playing Soul Limbo, otherwise known as the Test Match special theme tune? I think I can. Oh, if anything, an even better shot. On drive, just to the on side of straight. And that is a better ball and is a better shot. He's looking a good work in order, Dom Sibley.
He absolutely is, and that's not a shot you necessarily associate so much with him. He's obviously in good nick if he's timing that so nicely. Straight back down the ground. Where's the bowler going to go now?
Well, there are signs, aren't there, that this pitch is looking pretty sumptuous to bat on already. I wonder if that's informed Lancashire's decision to bowl first. Fancy their chances of chasing today, perhaps. But Surrey, you'd say, with Tom Lawson the side, have strengthened their bowling lineup.
Yep, absolutely. The seam department has struggled a little bit in this tournament so far. They proved quite expensive, relied on a lot of overs of spin. I think Cameron Steele's the leading wicket taker by quite comfortably in this tournament so far, which gives an indication of how their campaign has gone so far. It has tended to be spin dominated. Really looking forward to seeing Amir Verdi back in the side today.
Well, it'll be part of a three-pronged spin attack, won't it, with Dan Moriarty?
Yeah, opened the bowling in the last game as well, so it'll be interesting to see if they do that here. I'd maybe be surprised if they do that at Guildford, but we'll see.
Now, Blatherwick is the bowler, and alongside us up here on the balcony at Guildford, it's the second over finish. It's Surrey 17 without loss, a lovely start. We've got Mark Church and Scott Reed, the great Lancashire commentator. He tells me that Blatherwick will probably be the briskest of the bowlers on show for Lancashire today. We should run you through the Lancashire team, if you can see it with the sun glaring on your laptop.
Absolutely, I can, just about. We've got George Bell, Keaton Jennings as the captain, Josh Bohannon, Dane Villas, George Lavelle, who's keeping wickets. They've got a few options to keep wicket in this side.
4 keeper batters today.
Absolutely, and Phil Salt and Joss Butler, of course, not in this side. They're awash with keeper batting options.
That used to be Surrey's
was,
little modus operandi, wasn't it?
George Balderson, Matthew Hurst, who's also done a bit of keeping. Thomas Aspenwall, Jack Blatherwick, Will Williams, who we've seen open the bowling, and the left-arm spinner, Jack Morley.
Well, obviously intrigued whenever you get to see a young spinner, and also Tom Aspinwall, part of England's under-19 setup.
Yeah, he was a big part of that World Cup side who finished runners-up to India in the end. Bowled well in that tournament. Interested to see how he's kicked on over the last year or so today.
In terms of the group permutations and how one may qualify, just to remind everybody, the team that finishes top of the group, they go straight through to a semi-final, and then there are 2 erroneously named quarterfinals. They're not really quarterfinals. The teams that finish second and third in each group play against their equivalent in the other group. So second in Surrey's group play third in the other group.
They're playoffs, really, aren't they? Rather than
Yeah.
quarterfinals, I think is.
The winners of those games then play against the 2 sides that top the groups in what are kind of semi-finals. Well, I can call them semi-finals.
Yeah, both teams face an uphill struggle to qualify. I think you'd say both have to win the 3 remaining games. So this is a must-win game for both sides, and even then that might not be quite enough. But Surrey will be kicking themselves for not getting over the line against Yorkshire a couple of days ago. That match looked there for the taking, but a last-wicket partnership denied them.
Yeah, I mean, the other way of looking at it is that they fought well to stay in that game, so they didn't have a particularly imposing total on the board.
Yeah.
And they did take wickets at regular intervals, so...
And Lancashire were on the wrong side of another narrow defeat themselves to Hampshire as well. So both sides perhaps licking their wounds to an extent.
Hampshire will be here at Guildford on Sunday. Oh, beauty. Inside edge is that? Well, umpire's not convinced. There was a little noise, but I wonder if that might have been the pocket, perhaps. Sometimes you get that little flicky noise. Didn't sound entirely woody to me.
It looked a little way away from the bat to me as well, but the bowler was absolutely convinced.
Now, I wonder, I think that might be just the left pocket. Let's take a little look. Trigger movement takes him back into his crease.
Is it his shirt?
Or shirt. Maybe just flick the bottom of the shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good decision from the umpire. Now, our cameraman next to us has done a very sensible thing. He's got himself a large umbrella, which he's now working out how to tie around his waist.
We might need someone to arrive with a large umbrella for us at some stage, Dan. Slightly fearful for our heads at this point.
Doing a good job. I've always wanted one of those umbrella hats. You see, the Japanese invented them, I think.
They're a good look, undeniably.
Aren't they?
Yeah, I could see you pulling off one of those.
Good steady over that for Will Williams, just a 1 run from it. 18 without loss after 3.
There's quite an onus on Ryan Patel in this top 3 to be the player who goes out and plays their shots. It's not Dom Sibley or Rory Burns' natural game. Patel's the more free-flowing stroke maker of the top 3. He's got 1/2 century in the tournament. Hasn't quite come off for him yet, but he's got a good track record at Guildford. Remember making big runs here previously.
And don't forget with the ball, didn't he get one of the fastest fifers in the history of first-class cricket? He took those 5 wickets in. Maybe someone can tell us, tweet us. It was something like 11 or 12 balls, wasn't it?
It was something ridiculous.
He went from no wickets to 5 wickets, quicker than almost anyone has done in the history of cricket. Blatherwick will continue after that quite expensive first over. 10 from it. It really is a lovely sight, isn't it? It's one of the great joys of the Metro Bank One Day Cup, that you get to go around the country, see other parts of it, see how the clubs are going. Guildford, a very thriving club, of course, in the Surrey Championship. And the crowd at York looked superb the other day.
It did. I noticed that on the YouTube highlights I was watching this morning. It looked fantastic. And this ground looks a picture today. Doing a fine job here.
Slips come out. There's just one slip in now. Got a wide slip. Just strengthening that leg side field, because that is an area that Dominic Sibley likes to dominate. So if you were coming here as a spectator, thank you, just been past some water, what would be your preferred vantage point? Thinking both in terms of your own personal safety, the fact that you may want to snooze at some point, or just drift off while reading a book, and not want to be too disturbed by a flying projectile.
I mean, I think we've got a pretty good spot right here, but you're suggesting if you're a member of the public, you can't access this.
Yes,
area
yes.
of the grounds.
If you haven't got the snazzy yellow wristband.
Yeah.
I would want to stay further away from the road myself. Just to maintain the kind of Georgic idyll.
Absolutely, but this is quite a short boundary on the square leg side. Sorry, on the cover boundary as the right-handed Dom Sibley faces up.
Oh, nice looking shot, but shy at the stumps misses. If that hit, it would have been close.
Would have been tight, I think.
Well, Sibley signalling his intent here. He wants to get on with it, the top of the order. 10 overs of the first power play. Just to remind people who may not be au fait with the rules and regs of 50 over cricket, not seen so much of it in the last few years. Since England won that World Cup, they've played a vastly smaller number of games than they did in the lead up to the World Cup in 2019. And of course, England named their squad for New Zealand, their one-day internationals, which is sort of a provisional World Cup squad as well. And there was an eye-catching inclusion, or I might say an eye-catching exclusion for me. No Harry Brook.
It was a surprise, but then when you look through the squad, you'd say anyone who missed out would have been extremely unfortunate to do so. Ben Stokes obviously reversing his retirement to come back into the party.
What do you make of that? I mean, you've got a guy who's not particularly, well, who's got a chronic knee problem. Ooh, swing and a miss, goes through low to the keeper. Tells you something about the pace of the pitch. End of the over, just the 1 from it. 19 without loss after 4. He's got a chronic knee injury. He's not going to bowl, you wouldn't imagine. I suppose in India you're going to get a lot more overs out of Joe Root, so you've got a batting all-rounder.
Yeah.
Which may help change the sort of the structure of that middle order a bit. But essentially, I think it's Stokes for Brook, isn't it?
It does feel that way. I mean, David Milan is the other name that's been mentioned, but he's got a fantastic record, excellent recent form. I mean, I fell into the trap of thinking that Ben Stokes shouldn't have been part of England's T20 World Cup side, and then as the tournament progressed, he absolutely showed his value, and when the game reaches crunch time, you want Ben Stokes there. So if he wanted to play, I think he has to go. I don't dispute that call.
Do you see his tweet?
Lol.
Lol. Yeah.
Is he referencing the Mo and Ali response when Ben Stokes tried to get him out for the Ashes, successfully, as it turned out.
Now he's gone high here and he's just going to clear the fielder at deep mid wicket, bounce once and towards the fans out at wide, long on for 4. Didn't quite get hold of that, Sibley, but with the field up inside the first 10 overs. First 10 overs, 2 fielders are allowed out. The next 30 overs, 4 are allowed out. And then the last 10, 5. It makes for quite an interesting flow in the game. If you think how much teams in T20 want to avoid missing the cut-off time and have to bring a fielder in. Oh, now then he's given that one the umpire, and Dominic Sibley, I don't think, looks too happy about that. Was that an inside edge through to the keeper? I think it must have been, but
I think Dom Sibley thinks there's no edge at all. We'll see on the replay, but he's not happy, dragging himself off the field here.
Keeper Lavelle went up straight away, so he's heard something, but again, when bat and ball and trouser is so close together, it's a tricky decision for the umpire to make. The umpire was convinced the finger went up straight away. We'll take another look at that. See if we can judge for ourselves. Well, there is a noise.
Possibly his trousers. It's a tricky one. It's a really tough one for the umpire there.
Oh, that is a difficult one, isn't it? But umpire was convinced. Tom Sibley looked around there to say, for what?
It's possible that it's missed the edge and then hit the trousers, which is directly behind where his bat was. It's a really difficult decision.
Well,
after 4 replays, I'm still not sure. So.
I'm not sure. Umpire's in the best place to decide. He's 22 yards away, so either way, in the book it'll say Court Lavelle, Bowl Williams, Sibley's got to go.
Yeah, Sibley will be frustrated. He's showing a bit of fluency that he hasn't really so far in this tournament. But now he's gone.
Yeah, he played a couple of lovely shots through the onside off Blatherwick in the second over. Well, that brings Rory Burns to the crease. And he has rather struggled in this tournament this season. It's not a natural thing for him to be doing, coming in at 3 in a 50 over game, so...
No, averaging just 19 so far, and that strike rate of 69 is what really jumps out. In fairness, he hasn't really got going to kind of boost that strike rate, and he will play that anchor role.
2 slips in place for him straight away. You've got to say though, Williams has been very steady so far. He's 14 balls, he's beaten the bat a couple of times.
Well, he's a fine bowler, he's a big part of their red ball side. Now playing as a local player through a UK passport, New Zealand born. Gets a lot of championship wickets, bowled very well against Surrey in the championship victory for Lancashire.
And Rory Burns underway straight away. Little tap into the onside, make him feel better. Oh, there's another man who's not born in England, who's in the England setup, John Turner. An interesting selection for the T20s.
South African born, isn't he? Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Obviously had a fantastic T20/100 campaign so far this summer. Another example, if you've got a bit of pace, you can accelerate through.
Well, Gus Atkinson.
Yeah.
Gus Atkinson's been selected for England for the first time. He's been called up to the T20 squad. At the moment, he didn't play yesterday for the Oval Invincibles, I think. It's a bit of a precaution. He's nursing a bit of a niggle. But those matches don't start until the 30th of August.
And in the 50 over setup as well, a beneficiary really of Jofra Archer's continued injury struggles. They want that express pace. Atkinson's got a similar short ball to Archer. There's not, which I think they really see him as a weapon that they could be lacking.
Well, he's got this lovely kind of easy approach, hasn't he? And then the arm just whips over.
It really takes batsmen unawares, and I think particularly for those who haven't seen much of him, I think there'll be that shock factor.
Best not to unveil too much of him then. But I want to send our congratulations to Gus. been with Surrey, and developed by Surrey, and another of this fantastic conveyor belt of players that came through a similar kind of time, the likes of Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith and Gus Atkinson.
Well, it's a great story, and he wasn't one of the leading lights of that group necessarily, but he's really come through strongly over the last 2 seasons. Clearly got that extra pace, smoothness in his action, handy runs from the lower order as well. Made himself an extremely valuable cricketer.
Bit of a breakthrough winter, do you think? I mean, he got picked up by T20 franchises, and so he's obviously on the radar of the sorts of people who are looking for players that may not be the most obvious.
Absolutely. To talk about him for England honours at the start of the season felt like a bit of a leap. But actually, if you've got the raw pace, like we've seen with John Turner, you can accelerate through the system, leapfrog a few people.
He must have done it though, mustn't he? So you looked prescient.
Who is tipping him for the call-up?
I mean, I ended the over 5 gone. 25 for 1, successful over for Williams. It's 6 runs from it.
Well, our office is based at the Oval. The risk is that you get a bit too swayed by what you see in front of you. And we maybe talk about Surrey too much.
Yeah, that can be a danger.
But they have got a lot of very fine cricketers who are part of the England setup.
Well, there's a reason why they're county champions and top of the table, top of the county championship table, and why 13 of their players are currently unavailable playing in the 100. Yeah, I think we selected him in our 2027 Ashes squad. I'm pretty sure Adam Collins at the start of the season, he always likes to make a bold prediction about someone that... Matt Critchley was one a couple of years back.
Yeah,
he went for.
I think he's gone for Ethan Bamber in the past as well.
He has, hasn't he? Yes. Oh, wide the off stump, just flirted with there by Ryan Patel, who's not got going at all here. 3 from 12.
Yeah, it's looked hard going for him, hasn't it? Not found that rhythm. When he's in touch, he's a lovely batter to watch. Flowing strokes, but we've not seen that so far. It's like he hasn't perhaps picked the pace of the wicket quite yet.
I wonder if it's a touch too paced actually, because we've seen balls go through pretty low to the keeper from this end, and that one went through at a very nice height, around about shoulder height to the keeper Lavelle. As we say, one of 4 keeper batters in this Lancashire side today. So back to those squads. The T20 squad is a little bit more experimental. It's where Gus Atkinson is, and John Turner, whom I've seen a little bit of footage of but never seen him live. Have you ever?
I've not seen him live, just seen him on the telly. You can see why they like him.
Broad-shouldered, heavy ball, nice bounce.
Ticks a lot of boxes. I know James Vince is very excited about him at Hampshire. Hasn't played a lot of red ball cricket because they've got so many good seamers.
It's in the air for a little while, but it's landed 4 or 5 yards short of mid-on. Yes, I mean they have Barker, Abbott, and James Fuller.
Yeah, and then Dawson gets through a lot of overs as the left-arm spinner. Mason Crane struggles to get a game. They've got real depth in their bowling resources.
Sam Curran, though, is another player who's got a call up for the one-day squad. He's got a lot of experience in India. And England have, from having no left-armers, they've now got a few. So they've got Reece Topley as well, from these parts, and David Willey. But Jofra Archer is going to go as a travelling reserve. Now,
ready to be parachuted in for the World Cup final. Is this what we're...
Well,
it feels like a stretch, doesn't it, given the...
Well, you can only come in if someone's injured. So unless... Well, I don't know. It's a very intriguing thing. I suppose they're keeping him close to the squad. Now then, that's going to go all the way. That's our first 6 of the day. Oh, it doesn't quite go out of the ground. It clatters into the metal mesh away over deep square leg.
Spectators have got to be careful of the rebound there as the ball came back.
Yeah, you've got to keep your eyes peeled.
As I say, not a day for an afternoon snooze, even if the weather is quite tempting. Keep your eyes open over there, people.
He's gone again. This time it'll be cut off by fielder running round from deep square leg.
Didn't find the middle on that occasion, Patel, but there are signs that he is now starting to open his shoulders a little. 10 off 16 balls.
32 for 1 after 6. Surrey do need to be proactive in these last 4 overs of the power play. It's always difficult. Juggling act, a bit of a balance when you lose an early wicket.
Be interesting to see what Surrey do with their batting order today with no Ben Folkes. Ben Geddes is probably the form player. Got 90 odd at Yorkshire. I wonder if we'll see him coming out at 4. There's also Josh Blake, the wicket keeper, who I think is carded at 4, but I wonder if we might see Geddes first.
Yeah, after that there's Cameron Steele, Tom Laws. So plenty of good batting talent down that order. Oh, he's dragged it on. Ryan Patel, just as he was looking to get going, goes after a wide one, under edge, back onto off stump. And he's examining that bat with some distaste, I would say. Surrey lose their second, 32 for 2.
Yeah, not happy with the bat. I think probably not happy with this shot either. I said he was just starting to open his shoulders. He sensed the ball was there to hit.
Well, in fairness to him, it was, wasn't it?
It was.
A little bit of width, but angling across him, perhaps not quite as short as he would have liked for that shot.
And lost his shape a bit in the shot. Inside edge, back onto off stump. And that's a double breakthrough for Lancashire. And I was saying I wondered if Geddes might be promoted to 4. He's coming out at number 4 here. Plenty of time to bat.
Well, he has. He's got plenty of time on a good-looking surface. Well, I would say that just judging by the way Surrey's batters have gone about this, I wonder if there's a little bit of two-pacedness in the pitch.
Yeah, they've not found it easy.
This might have been a good toss to win after all.
Yeah, and after a promising start, was it 18 for none after 3 overs?
After 2?
2 overs. Now a 32 for 2 after 6.1.
It was 17 off 2 and then they got 1 off the 3rd, yeah. Yes, it's been a sort of familiar tale for Surrey in this competition. The top order not really firing. But a great opportunity for Ben Geddes, who's had some eye-catching contributions in this year's tournament. Not least when he thrashed a magnificent half-century against Leicestershire, wasn't it? Hit 3 sixes in the last over.
Yeah, he came out as the death hitter, really, didn't he, on that occasion? Yorkshire, he came in earlier, played a more kind of circumspect knock, and then played some more shots as his innings went on. He's a really good-looking player. I think if he was at almost any other county in the country, he'd probably be getting more red ball opportunities, but you just have to bide your time at Surrey. There's a long queue.
Oh, it's a beauty from Williams. He's bowling really well here from the railway end, where the car park is. That car park's pretty rammed today.
Yeah, it's been a threatening opening spell, hasn't it? He's found a really good line and length, no great pace. Looks like he's getting a little bit of shape, nothing extravagant, but very, very little to hit.
Oh, and again. Well, Scott Reed, who knows a thing or two about Lancashire's players, said to me, steady, very steady, gives nothing away.
Well, he looks like your ideal county seam, doesn't he? I know they got him in as a emergency loan overseas player for a couple of games the season before last, and were so impressed that they, I think, dug around, realised that the UK passport was an option, and he signed as a local player. So he's given up his career in New Zealand effectively to be a local player for Lancashire. He's been a fantastic signing for them so far.
Geddes is underway. We're coming back for a second. This could be tight. Oh no, there's a mix-up. And Geddes has made it back. There was a moment there when Ben Geddes was almost at the same end as Rory Burns. And Calamity looked on, but throw came in at the keeper's end, not the non-striker's end.
I think if it was the non-striker's end,
it would have been toast.
Absolute toast. Not even in the shot. Yeah, a bit of indecision there from the Surrey pair.
Now we have used the word toast a couple of times. Why? Why is it toast? I mean, it is toast, but why? I mean, toast is one of the more popular breakfast foodstuffs, I'd have said. Even quite handy for a snack in the afternoon.
I'm not sure where that comes from.
Toast? I mean, you're burned, I suppose. Only if it's burnt toast.
But it would have to be burnt toast, wouldn't it?
Burnt toast, yes. Yeah.
Maybe that's just been lost in time.
I think you might be right.
I mean, you could try and bring it back, but I think there'd be a bit of confusion if you said he's
burnt
burnt toast.
Yeah. I suppose that must have been it. So a pretty precarious position Surrey find themselves in here at 34 for 2. $19 more balls in the first power play, after which Lancashire can put fielders out if they want to. They may want to keep attacking here. That's a thick leading edge, but there is a deep third. So they'll just be the single. End of the over, 35 for 2. Another wicket for Williams in that over, the wicket of Patel dragging on. Now, I don't know if you saw a piece of news came out, I think, a couple of days ago, that South Africa are playing a test series against New Zealand in New Zealand. And they will not be releasing their SA20 players for it.
I hadn't seen this.
So that would mean no Ngidi, no Rabada, probably no Temba Bavuma, who's the captain, no Marco Jansen.
Well, Bavuma didn't get an SAT
initially.
20 initially, but he did in the end, didn't he? Okay, that's not going to be a great test series, is it?
Well, I mean, one would hope that there may be some change there. Maybe there might be a change in scheduling, but
I mean, it's not like South Africa get many opportunities to play Test cricket these days.
Well, it's a very, very concerning sign, isn't it, when a country with the Test match pedigree of South Africa are effectively binning off a Test series against New Zealand. I mean, they're not saying they're not going to fulfil it, but what sort of team they'll send?
Well, it could almost be worse than not fulfilling it if it becomes a sort of joke series.
Well, it could, couldn't it? And if you're New Zealand, I mean, you're going to be fairly furious about that, because there are costs involved in staging Test matches, and if the team you're staging is missing basically its best, probably 8 or 9 players, there may be a couple of players that you might select who wouldn't be T20 players. But for the most part, South Africa, their bowlers are T20 bowlers as well, aren't they? As we say, Rabada and Ngidi, Jansen.
Well, there's not many left, yeah. And we ran an interview in Wisden Cricket Monthly with Graham Smith, done by Mel Farrell, the Aussie journalist, and that really summed up, I felt, the strains and the tensions involved. Because Graham Smith, he was born as a Test cricketer. That's how we remember him. He was held high positions at Cricket South Africa. Now he's the commissioner of the SA20 tournament, and he loves Test cricket. That's the soul of the game for him. But he also knows South Africa need all the money they can get.
But you see, we were sort of led to believe that the SA20 was going to be providing the funds for other parts of cricket as well, including their Test side, and it seems that it's actually not working out quite like that.
Yeah, and that's certainly what the point that Smith was making in this interview with Mel. Maybe these are teething problems. The SA20 is still a very new thing. It's only its second year, but clearly some more thought needs to go into the scheduling.
Or are we moving to a point, Joe? I dare say you would have thought about this with much greater depth than me, as you write for a living, that we might need international windows like they have in football.
I mean, I think that would certainly help, but there are quite. I mean, the IPL's got a fairly large window already. How many windows can you find in a calendar year?
Well, I suppose if you find them for internationals rather than for T20 leagues, is what I'm thinking. So you flip it slightly, yeah. and say that you've got 6-week block here for international cricket, 6 weeks there, say 4 6-week blocks. Oh, it's an absolute ripper from Blatherwick. Pacey, bouncy, and it's cut Ben Geddes in two.
That really carried through to the keeper as well, didn't it?
It is. I'm telling you, this is an intriguing pitch, isn't it? It's not a bad pitch, but it's a little more challenging than other Guildford surfaces.
Yeah, lucky not to lose his off stump there. Any thought of Surrey exploding in the power play, I think they're going to have to revise that strategy with the loss of the wickets, and this pitch not looking that simple to bat on.
A little bit of inside edge, I fancy there. 2 noises. So, just 1 run off the 8th over, 36 for 2, Surrey, after getting off to that nice fast start. Take a look at the replay of the last ball. Yep, inside edge onto front pad. Hence the umpire having nothing to do with that appeal. This is really getting quite toasty up here. In a good way.
It is. Not in a burnt toast way.
Not in a burnt toast way, no, in a good way.
Yeah.
It's a very unfamiliar feeling to be so comfortable outdoors. I mean, I still brought an umbrella. It's a reflex for this summer.
I mean, I'm glad that I'm going to get some time inside, I think. Have you got sun cream on, Dan?
No.
You absolutely should.
I really should.
Sort that out.
Yes,
There's
I've
some in my
completely
bag.
forgotten about all of
There's
that.
some in my bag. You get that when you finish your stint.
Thank you. Edged, and that's landed just in front of first slip. So the pitch is still doing plenty here. Don't forget these balls. It says 8.1 overs, but there'll only be 4.1 overs. 2 balls used, 1 from each end in 50 over cricket.
Burns a little lucky there. That was quite a thick edge. Bowler would be disappointed that hasn't carried. As we said, Williams not bowling with great pace, and it's just dropped short of the fielder. I think Burns thought he was gone there. Head swings back.
Oh, now then, 2 people just walking behind the sight screen at the bowler's end.
We might have a bit of that today, I think.
Yes, it might take them quite a while to emerge from the other side. They didn't look necessarily the 2 most nimble people. Oh, and there's another 2 going to be walking in the other direction. Now, here we go. Well, the first 2 have emerged, having shown no urgency whatsoever. In a moment, probably just as Will Williams reaches the top of his mark. There we go. Yep, another 2 have gone past. Good use of the feet from Burns, and he's got that up and over mid-on, and it's going to skip away across the boundary rope for 4. Burns' first boundary, much needed for Surrey, who are somewhat becalmed here at 40 for 2.
Yeah, good intent from Burns there. Nowhere near the middle, but he got enough of it to clear the fielder. Races away for 4.
Now, if he does get hold of that, that's where the crowd have got to be really watchful. I mean, obviously crowds at the Oval are pretty close to the action as well, but here you are, well, a metre from the rope. So sliding stops, anything of that sort, could be quite fun here today. A lot of chairs just in front of those ropes. I'm anticipating that we might see a couple of them overturned in a flurry of arms and legs.
I noticed that in the Yorkshire game, actually, on the YouTube highlights.
Yeah. Comes down the pitch again, does Burns. Doesn't get it quite where he wanted it, but he's going to get 4. Fielder at deep backward square or long leg. Thrust out a left arm to no avail. So, a couple of boundaries for Burns.
Yeah, bit of a hoik. But inside edge down to fine leg boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for Burns. Looks like he's determined to get the run rate moving and not just be a sitting duck. I think that's a good approach.
Yes, I mean, after that edge, that might have informed his approach here. And he moves towards the pitch of the ball again, the 3rd time running. And to a degree, sometimes when you have a bad run of form, you just feel If I can get one out the middle of the bat. It can kickstart everything, can't it?
Well, it's not just the one-day cut, and has struggled in Championship cricket of late as well. But sometimes white ball cricket gives you a chance to free your arms, play with a little less pressure. Felt like this tournament maybe came along quite a good time for him, but it hasn't worked so far.
Just get the single for it this time.
He used to play quite a useful role for Surrey in 50-over cricket, more in the middle order as a kind of accumulator. That role almost doesn't really exist.
It doesn't exist anymore, does it? No. Well, I mean, the other day we saw Kent get to 335, and I didn't think they showed anything like the right urgency. And yet they won the game, but that's how you're seeing sort of, well, there's inflation in prices, cost of living crisis, but there's an inflation in 50-over cricket scores as well. I mean, it was a curious sensation to be thinking 335. I don't know. I think they might have left 40 or 50 runs out there.
But it was similar when Surrey batted first against Leicestershire in their opening game of the campaign. They got a similar score, didn't they?
Yes, it was around about that.
And we thought, because of that flurry from Geddes at the end, we thought they'd done really well to get that score, and Leicestershire strolled it, really. It should be said, that's a strong Leicestershire side in this competition. They're topping this group. Haven't lost too many players to the 100. And
I think it's just the 2, isn't it?
Yeah, Rian Ahmed and Callum Parkinson, I think. And they look like a strong unit, consistently got big scores.
Well, I'm pleased for Leicestershire. And, you know, it's not that Surrey aren't taking this competition seriously, but they are hugely hampered by the loss of players. So, as you said, 13 to the 100 and then a whole bunch more to injury. So Surrey have got to be realistic about this competition.
Well, they've picked everyone they can, haven't they? I mean, they could have rested folks ahead of the Championship.
Jordan Clark played, didn't he?
Yeah. I mean, some other counties really struggle. Somerset getting put to the sword by Gloucestershire the other day. James Bracey hitting a double century.
Yes.
Somerset, of course, losing a lot of their players to the 100 as well.
They weren't happy about it, and their commentator Anthony Gibson took to Twitter. Now, you may quite reasonably tell me it's no longer called Twitter.
I was going to let it slide.
Well, the thing is, you see, I've got a tip for any of you out there who are rather fond of Twitter, as it was a well-known brand and had entered the vocabulary, and there didn't really seem to be any need to change it. But, you know, I'm not the chief executive of the company formerly known as Twitter.
And more's the pity, Dan.
More's the pity. I don't think I'd like all that responsibility. Short, he's got that away, and it should run away to the boundary. It does. Down through deep backward square leg. If you bowl short here, Blatherwick, the only time he's really been taken down is when he's just banged it in halfway. But if you want to keep hold of Twitter, there's a simple way of doing it.
Okay.
Don't update the app. I've updated all the other ones, but I just leave that one as it is.
At some point they're going to make you do it, though. Technology will best
It'll
you.
force me, will it?
Will, I think, at some point.
Well, I'd like to be the last person standing with it. Fuller, wrapped on the pads, I think going down. Keeper loved it. Bowler wasn't quite as enthusiastic. At first glance, I'd have said that was just drifting down the leg side. Tight.
I think you're just about right. That might have been clipping leg stump. I think if the umpire had raised his finger, it wouldn't have been a bad decision. I think it was a marginal call.
Yes, you can see why the bowler was enthusiastic. More so from the keeper, who hadn't moved. That's usually quite a good sign. So it'll be interesting to see Rory Burns' approach here to Blatherwick. Blatherwick's been bowling a little bit shorter than Will Williams, and he's a little bit quicker. Is he still going to charge, do you think? There's 2 balls left in the first power play.
Yeah, he's tricky to drive, isn't he? He bowls that back of a length.
Heavy ball? Can we say heavy ball?
Yeah, I think heavy ball is right. And when he's dropped a little bit short, then it's looked quite hittable. But he's done quite well at cramping the batters for room. Hasn't been much on offer to drive.
Well, I think there's our answer. He's waiting, going to wait in his crease for Blatherwick. That's that little bit of extra pace.
Lancashire might be contemplating some bowling changes here. This is Blatherwick's 5th over. Williams has bowled 5 at the other end. Say George Balderson, Thomas Aspenwall will probably be next in line as the 3rd and 4th seamers.
They don't have quite as many spin options as Surrey, do they, here? Morley being the obvious one. So that is the first power play done and dusted. 51 on the board. Time was when 51 in the first 10 overs would have felt like a pretty decent start, but Surrey have lost 2 wickets and, as we say, with run inflation rampant this year, that feels just a little, maybe 10 or 15 runs short of where they'd like to have been.
Particularly so when you throw in the 2 wickets as well. I think Lancashire, having put Surrey in, will be really pleased with their start. Particularly having leaked 18 off the first 2, they've really pulled things back.
Yeah, it was that second over that went for 10, wasn't it? A couple of beautiful shots from Dom Sibley as the umpire now signals that we're into the second power play, and for these next 30 overs Lancashire can keep 4 men out on the boundary at the moment. Well, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They've resisted that temptation. They've sent 1 further fielder out to graze as a deep third, a long leg and a deep square leg. But oh, now then, has he got something on that? And yes, yeah. Umpire's given it, and Ben Geddes has got to go. Strangled down the leg side. Really good catch from Lavelle. That's a frustrating way for Ben Geddes to go. I don't think Will Williams was bowling for it, but he's picked up 3 wickets nonetheless. And we may have thought he was about to come off, but good decision from his captain. Keeps him in there. Picks up the 3rd, and Surrey are rocking at 51 for 3.
Yeah, it's one of Williams' looser deliveries actually. Sends it down the leg side. Geddes gets a flick. And it's a really smart catch by Lavelle, diving to his left.
But he got a lot on it, didn't he? As we take a look at the keeper here. Takes a step and a dive. He's taken that a long way away from where he started. And, you know, that is really terrific keeping, because he's moved his feet there. Often you'll see keepers, just kind of dive or fall.
Yeah, you see him, he takes a step even before Geddes makes contact, which makes the catch attainable. Otherwise, I think that could have been 4 runs down to fine leg. Geddes will consider himself unfortunate.
Well, you always do when you're out that way, don't you? And yet it happens quite a lot.
Yeah, it's almost like it's not a legitimate dismissal.
That's right, yeah.
For no real reason, other than, I suppose, the bowler's bowled a bad ball. The bowlers get lots of wickets from bad balls.
Well, you talked to Simon Hughes about this, and he gets quite passionate. I think he must have got quite a few wickets himself that way. But he says it's an entirely legitimate delivery. Now, in fairness, he's talking about the one that's a little bit more up towards hip height.
Yeah.
That was more mid-thigh.
But you would say also that Williams has bowled enough good balls that have beaten the outside edge.
Yep.
That I don't think you can say he hasn't deserved it. That's 3 wickets in his first 6 overs. Fantastic start. Showing the value of experience. This is it when you've got these young side, but if you can bring young players in and play them alongside experienced players, I think it's such a more valuable experience.
First up, has he got an edge on that? He has! Steele's got to go first ball, and Will Williams is on a hat-trick. That is a beauty. A tough delivery to get first up, and you've just walked out to bat. Feet aren't quite moving. Moved away from his outside edge, taken a little thin edge. Another catch for Lavelle. And Surrey at 51 for 4.
That's a jaffer, isn't it? I think when that's your first ball, you just hope you miss it. Not much you could do.
Well, let's have a look at this again. And it's worth seeing, because that's just... It's held its own. It's not really ripped away, but Steele might think, could I have left it? But it has just held enough.
Yeah, it was a little bit more outside off stump than I thought on first impression, but it's a good ball to get first up when your feet aren't quite moving.
Bit of bounce there as well, still. Yep, well, Surrey are in real trouble here now. They've lost 4 of their more important wickets, and they came into this match somewhat depleted. Probably can't afford to lose more than one more before they get down to what is a fairly lengthy tail. It's a Moriarty, McCurr, Verdi.
Will Williams chasing a first fifer in List A cricket. Best figures are 4 for 20 heading into today. This is his 51st match in the format.
Ooh, it'll be his first fifer.
First fifer, yeah.
Well, Josh Blake's a new batter, left-hander, 3 slips in place. You don't see this very often, the 11th over of a one-day game. Only 2 men out. And the hat-trick is averted by Blake.
Gave himself a chance, Williams. On a decent line, decent length again. But that's solid from Blake, who got 20 odd against Yorkshire in the last game. Looked quite good in that knock, I thought. Keeping wicket today in the absence of Ben Folkes as well.
Not seen Blake bat live, so it's been interesting education. Upright stance, and he's underway with a single down to deep third. Fielder trots in from the boundary, 52 for 4.
It's a nice story, Josh Blake, who was part of the Surrey age group system from a very young age. Wasn't quite up to the standard, I think got released at 15, 16, went away and worked on his game. Came back as a coach for the Surrey Cricket Foundation and for Chance to Shine. And then was given a contract last summer after doing really well in the twos. So he's really had to work for these opportunities, and this kind of competition is the perfect platform for him to make a name for himself, particularly with folks not available today.
Well, you don't want to come in at 52 for 4, but you've got to take the positives for that, which is
plenty of opportunity.
You've got 40 overs to bat, potentially. Another mover. There's a certain degree of incontinence at the far end over there, which may have to be dealt with. We'll have to send the boys down, Joe.
Who's our man for that job?
Send in the heavies. I don't know.
I think that's a John Surtees job.
I think that's a John Surtees job, yep. He's an imposing fellow, isn't he? You're not going to mess with him.
Less imposing after you've had a conversation with him.
Well, yeah. So how do Burns and Blake approach this? I mean, they'll probably be gratified that there's a little bit in the wicket, and they'll think that their bowlers will be able to extract something from it later, provided, you know, it's not about moisture and it all being burned off by the time they get to bowl. So do they set themselves, you know, 260, 270 gives them a chance, or?
I think at this stage they've just got to sit in for a few overs, really. I mean, they risk getting bowled out for not very much at all.
Well, it's come down the wicket. Burns, and he's nearly spooned a catch to wide mid-on. So what do we know? 11 overs gone, 2 wickets in that over from Will Williams. He has a very impressive figures of 4 for 27, and Surrey 52 for 4. Used his feet again, as he has done a couple of times against Will Williams, and he's quite fortunate. That's just bounced in front of the fielder at wide mid-on.
It looks like Rory Burns has decided that he's going to try and hit his way back into form. Like he said, that very nearly caught a slip a couple of overs ago. And since then he's really almost played a shot a ball.
Well, he might have assessed that this pitch has got a bit more in it, and that there will be a ball with your name on it. 2 slips still in place. I like this attacking intent from Lancashire. 3 in the ring on the offside. Solid looking defensive shot, that from Josh Blake. So what's your plan for Sunday? Are you here on Sunday?
I'm not here for Sunday. No, I won't be here for this one. I think the rest of the team, I think Phil and Cam are back here on Sunday.
I mean, do you think our listeners will forgive us if we're a trifle distracted by the World Cup final?
I have to admit, I will be tuning into that rather than you guys.
Yeah, if you've got a party or something, you've got a World Cup party, have you?
We've booked a tape at the local pub in Tulse Hill.
Lovely. That should be given as a wide, and it is.
it was very exciting yesterday, wasn't it?
When I was watching it with Adam Collins.
Must have been even more exciting then.
Yes. Well,
Quite
the
stressful.
the noise Adam Collins made when Sam Kerr got that equaliser will live with me forever. It was actually quite blood-curdling.
And how was he?
It's a hell of a goal.
It was a hell of a goal.
Yeah.
How was he at the final whistle, Colo? Was he
I think he was,
about the...
Well, I think, he'd come to terms with it. He's pretty good at coming to terms with things. I think, obviously, for the English, beating Australia is a big, big thing. But for Australia, football is still quite a nascent sport. And for their women to be doing so well was superb for the nation. I could almost sort of think it might have been better for the tournament if Australia had won. I mean, I know that sounds heretical. What's the matter with me? But I did sort of half think that.
I saw it was the...
I've got over that feeling now, don't worry.
I saw a stat saying it was the most viewed sports event in Australia ever.
I heard that, which I found, it's staggering, isn't it? When you think how many of them watch that completely pointless brawling in vests they do. The grand final where biceps attack each other and roll around in mud, and you're never quite sure what's legal and what isn't.
And I assumed that was on free-to-air TV, and therefore available for everyone to watch. I thought everyone would tune in for that.
Yeah. So I think we might have to have it on a little, on an iPad or something. Oh, that one's kept a little bit lower from Blatherwick. This is what I mean, this picture's got a little bit of two-pacedness in here, which might explain why the batters are struggling.
Yeah, unhelpfully for Surrey, Blatherwick, who struggled a little in his opening couple of overs, has found quite a good rhythm here as well. There's not much on offer, and there's plenty of threat. That's definitely stayed low, hasn't it?
Really has. If that's straighter, then Blake's in big trouble. Didn't miss off stump by much. Now we still haven't had a bowling change. Do you take Williams off after you've just taken 2 wickets?
If I was Keaton Jennings, I'd just keep Williams going. He doesn't strike me as a kind of natural death bowler, and also the way things are going, there might not be much of a
death. No. Yes.
I think I'd keep him going and maybe give Blatherwick a breather from this end. But we'll see what Jennings has got in store.
Just seen a most heinous sight. Phil Walker, who's just about to replace me as this over ends, 12 gone, 53 for 4, has brought a cup of tea, which has got milk in it, but has the bag stewing in it at the same time. I mean, that, I'm afraid, is unacceptable behaviour, and it's enough for me to have to leave. So, more from you, Jo, and then to take you through the next 13 overs, it'll be Phil Walker.
So that was a no ball from Blatherwick. Should have been the final ball of the over. Josh Blake facing up to a free hit.
Good afternoon, Jo, or indeed, yeah, by a minute.
Just
good
about.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, Phil.
So I have one extra delivery to get through here.
Doing Dan's work for him.
Yeah, not for the first time. Giving himself room. He's carved that away. That's exactly what he needed as well. Did Josh Blake, just to get himself going. That was a hit me ball. When you're following up with a free hit, you want to try and hit that block hole, and Blatherwick, frustrated with himself, kicking his cat into the outer. And just the merest suggestion that the shackles are breaking. Big knock this for Josh Blake, coming in, of course, for Ben Folkes. And at the other end, his skipper, Rory Burns, is just searching for a bit of rhythm, I would say, Jo.
Yeah, it's not looked easy for him. He's played a fair few shots in the last 15-20 minutes. Just trying to find something to get himself going. He's got a couple of boundaries away, neither of which have been middled.
He almost picked out mid-on as well in the previous over when frustrations got the better of him and he ran down the track at Will Williams. It's that classic scenario really for the batting side when you lose a few up top on a pitch with a bit of juice but there's sun beating down on it. Do you twist or stick? Played nicely by Burns, signature shot, walking across his stumps, paddling it into the onside.
And Williams keeps going into his 7th, but you can absolutely understand why Jennings is sticking with him. It's quite a contained action. It looks like he could bowl all day, to be honest.
Yeah,
Bowls long spells in Championship cricket.
Yeah, and he enjoys playing against Surrey as well. He took 4 for not many in the Championship game when Surrey failed to chase down 200 odd.
That was Williams and Bailey, wasn't it, who were the kind of architects of that victory. I think Bailey's played a couple of games in this tournament, but not playing today. And Williams has really led the attack so well.
Yeah, he's been a very canny signing for Lancs. New Zealand born, of course. He's picked up 4 for here without doing anything dramatic. He just landed it on a length. Pitch is definitely offering a little bit both ways. Advancing again, this time it's Josh Blake and pick up a single into the onside. Yeah, it's felt like one of those innings for Surrey up to now that tends to happen with a team that's slightly down in the dumps, slightly in the doldrums. Finding a way has been a little bit tricky for them in recent weeks, and they haven't done much wrong with the bat. There hasn't been any rushes of blood necessarily. It's just sometimes you nick them. Sometimes the strangle down the leg side goes into the keeper's left glove.
And if there has been a bit of hesitancy, you can understand why. It's a longish tail they've got. They haven't got a huge amount of runs in the tournament. But what it has done is allowed Williams to settle into a rhythm. He hasn't had to offer much variation, been metronomic in his line and length. And he's kind of picked Surrey's batters off just with some excellent bowling and a little bit of luck to get Geddes down the leg side.
So far down, Rory Burns, that nothing doing there. It was an excellent catch, I thought, by Lavelle, who's one of a number of good young keepers at Lancs. Bell as well, who's in at second slip at the moment. He's a very good young keeper as well. They're very interested in. They rate him very highly.
And then Matthew Hurst in their lineup. He's been keeping wicket in a few of these games as well. Dane Villas there obviously has kept wicket for many years. As we said, Joss Butler and Phil Salt on the books as well. They could almost field an 11. Wouldn't be a particularly balanced side, but
bit shorter this time, so easy pickings into the onside. It's a gorgeous setting, Jo, isn't it?
Lovely grounds. It's actually the first time I've been here to watch cricket. I was here last summer for a wedding.
Oh, you mentioned this on the way in.
In this building, yeah, a wedding reception, which was a lot of fun. No cricket going on at the time.
Yeah, well, my first experience of this place was that Run Fest back in, I think, 06, I think. Ricky Clark smashed a double, and then Justin Langer went a bit further down the line, 342, I think he made. Right. There's a photo of him downstairs.
That was in his Somerset days, was it, Langer?
That was Somerset, yeah, 700 and plenty in response to Surrey. It used to be the road to end all roads here, a place where records were routinely broken. Aaron Haranath made a couple of centuries here in the same game. Obviously, Ryan Patel has had some great moments with bat and ball here as well. Mark Ramprakash used to make his routine 100 with barely a blink of the eye. But there's a bit more in this one, it feels. A bit of murmur of grass as well on the track, and while Surrey are in the ditch at the moment, if they can get some kind of score on the board, then with a seam-heavy attack, you never know. So first bowling change then. Tom Aspenwall's into the attack from the pavilion end. Jack Blatherwick did a good job in the slipstream of Will Williams. Williams, of course, took the forfer, but Blatherwick, after a iffy start, Joe, settled in quite usefully and as the foil to Williams. 6 overs for 31 in that opening spell. And they don't have to do too much more than this, really, with Surrey's 2 lefties becalmed as it stands.
Yeah, Blatherwick and Williams complemented each other quite nicely. Different modes of attack. Be interesting to see how Aspenwall goes about his business. Just recently into the side, made his day debut in this competition. England under-19 cricketer.
Yeah, good barrelling, busy action. Not much height on it, skids onto the bat, but if he can just maintain that line, then Burns will have to try and engineer his run scoring opportunities. And you do feel a little bit for Rory Burns, who started the season very tidily, but he struggled a little bit in both formats in recent weeks, and just trying to find a bit of rhythm here. 14 not out up to now. It's close, not quite doing enough. Stifled appeal. But again, Rory Burns in prime form would be picking that off, you fancy, through mid-wicket. Class player, of course, he'll find his way back, there's no question of that. Every player goes through it from time to time.
And the schedule doesn't give you much room for a breather, does it, to go away and work on maybe some things that have crept into your game. You just have to keep going and hope the runs start flowing again.
Full this time. Lowish full toss, and Burns will be a wee bit cranky with himself to pick out his opposite number, Keaton Jennings, at straight mid-wicket. As we were saying earlier, Joe, that's what happens. That's what happens when a team is just trying to strive for a bit of confidence. You get a hit-me ball and hit it cleanly enough, you pick the fielder out straight off. There's something to give here. Same again, long half volley and hit cleanly, but again, straight to Keaton Jennings. Another over ticks by.
Yeah, Aspenwall starting with a maiden there. That'll be frustrating for Burns. There was a couple of balls he would have hoped to score from then. And really, Aspenwall as the junior member of this attack, just 19 years old, only made his debut a couple of weeks ago. Surrey would really be targeting him as someone that they can get on top of, but he's done well to get through his first over without conceding any runs. Are we going to see a double bowling change, or is Williams continuing?
Yeah, it's going to be George Balderson, I think, from the far end, as we look at it. Another very useful all-rounder for Lancs.
Yeah, he's become a very handy cricketer for them, does lots of different roles, has opened in red ball cricket a fair bit, former England under-19 captain. They really like him at Lancs.
Littered with under-19s players, isn't it, the Lancs side? Yeah, it's just a mark of what a brilliant conveyor belt of talent comes through. Fullish and in the slot, but Josh Blake can only pick out the man in the ring. No one covering behind that infield out on the offside boundary. You've only got one man down here near to us, pretty fine at deep third, and so the shot is on for Josh Blake. It's a shortish boundary as well. Leading edge this time, and with a second slip that would have been gobbled up. Josh Blake aiming through mid-wicket, 180 degrees behind him.
You a little bit surprised Jennings hasn't kept in a second slip, given the score at this stage? Or do you think this is just the natural rhythm of the 50-over game? You do spread the field a little at this stage?
Well, there's certainly a good case to be made for it, to try and go for the jugular, to try and finish this innings in effect. Burns again just trying to create his own angles here. Balderson bowling medium pace and not much more than that, letting the pitch do the work, and Burns he knows where it's going to be, And the challenge he has is to try and manipulate this field. Got two men pretty straight in that arc from mid-on to straight mid-wicket where Burns scores so many of his runs. And again, trying to give himself room this time, advancing back down the track, but can only get it off the toe. Frustrating times for the skipper just now. Just has to hang in there.
Yeah, it looks more like a shot out of frustration than strategy at that stage. Having blocked out 6 balls from Aspenwall, he was really keen to launch into one there, but again, the timing wasn't there, just a single.
Well, bowled this time by Balderson, just pulls his length back, knowing that both these lefties now are going to be coming at him. It's one of these intriguing mini passages in a cricket match where you're just waiting for something to happen on the batting side. The fielding side are just sitting in, they're not overcommitting. Keeper moving up to the stumps now to try and negate that temptation by the batters to sashay down the track. And he manages to manipulate it through the onside for another single, but all rather quiet stuff at the moment.
Do you think they'll have a target in mind at this stage, Phil? Or do you think for the moment it's just trying to kind of get the innings back on track to some degree, and then you can start to reconsider what target you're going for?
It's a good question, and because so much of the focus now is on shorter form white ball cricket, the age-old tactics of 50-over cricket become harder to read because of the predominance of white ball 20-over cricket, and dare I say 100-ball cricket. And so the convention would be that you sit in, you accumulate, you bat your overs, but that seems anachronistic, really. Short this time, didn't get all of it, but we'll pick up a couple. In fact, short boundary, and Burns thinks better of it. Just came off the stickers, tiny bit late on that surprise bouncer. They have, of course, to come Tom Laws, who has been released by the Invincibles setup. It's good for him, good for Surrey as well, so he'll be in next. Of course, a very fine young all-rounder. And then Conor McCurr, who's in form with the bat. Nicely played, angled. And that has run away for 4. Delightfully played by Josh Blake, who's just let it run off the face. And despite there being a wide-ish first slip and a fine-ish deep third, it's nonetheless run away for 4. Much needed second boundary for the keeper bat. Comes into the side, as we say, for Ben Foakes. Big moment, really, for Josh Blake. As you said earlier, Joe, fascinating story to get to this point in his career. Well, bowled this time, coming back on the arm. A rather passive forward block.
Looked like it stayed low again. It looks like from this end, the pavilion end, looks like the odd one is just creeping along the floor. And Aspenwall, no great height. If a bowler is going to get it to roll along the floor, then he's probably the one to do it.
Short there to hit. Only can get a single though. That was probably there to carve behind point. Got enough of it for some runs. Just starting to get going here, Josh Blake. Up to 13. And perhaps with Burns relatively becalmed at the other end, it might be Blake to open those shoulders, see where he can get to. Foolish this time, beautifully played. This has been his tactic as Rory Burns to try and get to the pitch. This time, lowish full toss opens the body and carves it through the offside. Much needed, Joe.
Yeah, nicely played. Slashed away through the covers. I think by advancing, he turned that one into a full toss. He knocked Aspenwall off his length. and he'll feel a bit better about life after that one actually coming out the middle.
Better this time by the seamer, played quietly under his eyes by Rory Burns.
So 10 off that over, better one for Surrey. That's exactly what they need after a tricky start. Yeah, we should have Tom Laws coming in at 7, carded in at 7.
Yeah, Tom Laws at 7 and Conor McCurr at 8. Dan Moriarty, Luke Griffiths, who'll be interesting to watch later on. Very good young teenage seamer, and then Amir Verdi. In the meantime, let me tell you all about the ticket ballot, folks. It's open now for the 2024 internationals at the Kia Oval. 3 games this time round. England's men's side take on Pakistan's men on May the 30th. England women play New Zealand on the 13th of July. Carved away, but just a single down to deep third for Josh Blake, who's starting to enjoy himself, I think, out there. And then, of course, the test match as well in the early part of September. England, Sri Lanka at the Kia from Friday the 6th. Now, in 2023, over 100,000 people entered this ticket ballot, and all games sold out after the ticket ballot window. So, with these 3 games, you want to be where history happens next summer. So get yourself into this ticket ballot as soon as you can. It really does help you bump your chances up of picking up these stubs. Go to kiaoval.com/ballot and you can enter today or scan the QR code on your screen. Get stuck in, folks, and move quickly, because there is a real feel-good feeling around English cricket at the moment, and you can guarantee there'll be plenty of others trying to get stuck in for those 2024 internationals that summer. Scoop time, a sign of Rory Burns' intent. No joy this time, but recognising that there is a vast space behind his right shoulder, and so a relatively stress-free shot. Didn't come off this time, but you can understand the thinking. He has to keep being agile here, does Rory Burns, if he's not going to get stuck.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing Burns try the ramp shot. It's not a shot you associate with him, and of course, why would it be really? Because you don't see him playing a huge amount of white ball cricket. You wonder how much opportunity he gets to work on those things. It's probably not what he's working on in the heart of a county championship season, when he's worrying about being nicked off in the first against the new ball. It's not an easy task for these almost red ball specialists to come in and start to be expected to play expansively, when that's not really the day job a lot of the time. 50 over cricket has almost fallen in the gap in some senses, become more like T20 cricket, and then you've got these red ball players striving to find their own way to go about it.
Yeah. There was definitely a sense, though, I think, in the early weeks of the season, watching Burns and Sibley go about their business very effectively as Surrey really set up their championship tilt in those early weeks. There was definitely a sense that they were looking to expand the range of their own games as well. Sibley was showcasing the reverse swipe through mid-wicket in those early stages in that game against Hampshire that Ollie Pope dominated. Sibley was expansive as well in the latter stages rather of that run chase, and I saw plenty of evidence as well from Rory in those early weeks. So they're constantly evolving their games, but I think the schedule is a very good point, and if you're out of nick just a tiny bit, it's very hard. Foolish and in the slot, just not quite got enough of it there. Rory Burns rehearses the punched drive. I think that's it, though, and I think psychologically as well, it's a real challenge when it just keeps coming at you time after time. You play, you jump on a coach, you move to the next venue, you play again. When you're in nick, it's a marvellous experience, but when you're out, it can be quite challenging. Bowled him. It's not his day, unfortunately, for Rory Burns, trying to make something happen, and for the second time now, An attacking shot by a Surrey player has only resulted in him nicking onto his own leg stump. It's been that kind of innings for Surrey here. A strangle down the leg side, 2 chop-ons, a couple of nicks, and suddenly they're 5 down for 78. It's a tough game, Jo Harman.
It is, and we've seen him try that shot a few times in this innings, take a few steps down the wicket, try and hit it onto the leg side, but he's just got the under edge there, and unfortunately it did feel like it was coming. Just couldn't find that rhythm despite his best efforts against some tidy Lancashire bowling. I haven't given him a huge amount to work with. And Surrey lose their 5th, and we're only into the 18th over.
So, a first wicket for Tom Aspenwall. Lancashire have done this very tidily. They haven't had to do anything spectacular, really. Every single kind of half and half moment has fallen against the home side here. They haven't had to do that much wrong to be 5 down, in truth. But when it's not running for you, that is just the nature of this game. So Rory Burns departs for 22, 3 boundary 4s, 38 deliveries. Tom Laws is the new man, brilliant young cricketer. Pleased to see him released by the Oval Invincibles set up for this game. And of course he made his name in this tournament last year, Joe.
Particularly with the bat, so he bowled brilliantly in the championship side last year, but really it was with the bat in this tournament, averaging over 50, 53 from 8 games.
Foolish, he punches it nicely off the outer half of the bat, so he's off the mark straight away.
Yeah, this is an absolutely crucial partnership for Surrey. That slightly long tail. I feel like these two really need to get their head down and push Surrey up towards at least a competitive total.
Yeah, Conor McCurr in at number 8, carded to come in at 8. It's well bowled, coming in on the arm, and well played as well. Under his eyes, Josh Blake, 14 not out for the keeper bat. Big innings for the greenhorn, and yeah, you feel like McCurr, who is in form, struck a very tidy 32 in the previous game against Yorkshire, which was a heartbreaking 1-wicket defeat in the end for Surrey when it looked like it was in the bag for them. Short this time, played nicely, rolling his wrists, just a single. But yeah, as you say, Joe, you feel like if it's going to happen for Surrey, it has to happen soon. And with these two, and then to perhaps open things up in the final few for Conor McCurr. 80 for 5, and the crowd sell out here at Guildford for the first of a couple of games here, of course. Next one on Sunday, rather becalmed as it stands. Short one for the over, as acknowledged by the square leg umps, and nicely done. Started very tidily here as Tom Aspenwall. 4 medium fast seamers doing the job very tidily for the visitors.
They absolutely have done. The 5th bowler, which we'll soon see, I imagine, is Jack Morley, the left arm spinner. But so far, no need to change too much, really. It's the formula that's worked for them. Haven't had to be especially creative in their field settings either. It's been fairly traditional stuff, and it's played off for them. Going back to Laws's One-Day Cup campaign last year, 450s from 8 knocks, strike rate of 100.
Gorgeous shot and brilliantly done by Keaton Jennings there in the covers. He's quite in tight and he's got down quickly, showing the skills that make him such a good slip fielder. Actually, he's got down there and stopped a certain boundary. That's the best shot that Josh Blake has unfurled so far. Just a single though. As we say, all of these marginals, Joe, they're not quite going the way of the home side just as we stand.
I was just about to say that sums up Surrey's frustrations really. One comes right out of the meat of the bat and Jennings pulls off a brilliant stop at almost a kind of short cover fielding position, and it's 4 turned into 1. Yeah, it's been a
2-year breakout really for Tom Laws, because as you say, his work in the 50 over cup last summer was outstanding, but you've since seen that it's eminently transferable into his red ball game. He's been a very key part. He's not been a bit part player, he's been a key part of Surrey's red ball side this summer. And you can see why they like him so. Excellent fielder, very useful, inventive middle to late order batter, and a seamer that you can just hang your hat on straight away. We've seen him have some key spells already in red ball cricket this year. Saw him on the third morning against Kent, with the game leaning to Surrey, but still an open game, and after an hour of Tom Laws, it was all done and dusted. Foolish, went for the big one and just skewed it from the bottom of the inside edge, between the legs I think, and down to square leg. But again, another sign of how he's going to approach this knock. I think they're going to go down fighting here, Joe.
Yeah, just on Laws, I think that's been the most impressive thing about his first outings in professional cricket. That in a star-studded team, he's not looked anything like a bit part player. He's picked up big wickets, he's produced big spells. I don't think Surrey fans would have expected him to play quite as much as he has done over the last couple of years, but he's absolutely forced his case. And there are some very good international stars, some England stars, but I know the Surrey faithful look like their homegrown players coming through.
Of which there are many.
There's another great example.
Nicely played by Josh Blake, who's moving well now. Everything in sync. Keeps a strike at the end of the 19th over. It's a marathon stint by Jo Harman, and off he goes. And Cameron Ponsonby is stepping in.
Hello, Phil.
Afternoon, sir. How are you?
Very well. Put my sun cream on, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, we need it. Our complexions as well. We're right in the guts of it here. With it. Our cameraman to our left, no flies on him. He's got a huge brolly, and he's settled in for the day. Whereas we're rather exposed here, Cam.
So I just don't tell Joe, but I just stole his sun cream before coming on here. I opted to ask for forgiveness rather than permission.
Tidily played again. He's really grown into his work here, is Josh Blake. 2 slips now, but he still easily finds that gap between backward point and that second slip. Picks up another single. So it's a good 3 weeks since Tom Laws actually played a competitive senior game of cricket. He's been with the Invincibles, not yet got the nod for them. All bowled, tight lines again. It's been tidy enough here as Aspenwall. Very useful backup seamer. So he took 4 and a 1 against Somerset in the Championship down at Taunton in the final week of July, and before that took 5 again at Lord's. So he's in form with the red ball, but this was 3 and a bit weeks ago, so he might be a tiny bit rusty. But it's an important knock for him if Surrey's campaign is not to hit the skids here. 5 down for 85, and they need something substantial between these two just to give the big hitting Conor McCurr something to aim for in the latter part of this innings. How do you see it, Cameron? How would you approach it here? The old ideas seem rather outdated, don't they, of consolidating and batting your overs. Beautifully played. It's been a clear elevation now in Josh Blake's game just in the last 10 minutes. He's moving beautifully into these shots on the offside, and he's just eased that one between the two, quite tight there on the offside, and not tried to overhit it, placed it between the two. Picks up another boundary. Moves into the 20s. Good signs as well that he's not going to get tempted unduly. It's a sign that a player is comfortable enough in his own skin as it stands. He'd be enjoying himself. Probably wouldn't have thought this was going to be happening a day or two ago, but with Ben Foakes not making it due to a minor injury, he's been parachuted in here. Maybe a sense of nothing to lose, everything to gain, and he's doing it nicely up to now.
Unenviable position at the moment where they can really scrap, potentially get themselves to a below par total, or they need to slightly hit that accelerator button and risk collapsing to a bit of a 150 all out heat to kind of advance their total. I think it's difficult to really gauge with this pitch at the moment. You've had two batters play on, which suggests there's a kind of lack of pace in the wicket, but on the flip side, you've had Cameron Steele and Tom Sibley kind of nickel quite traditionally. Josh Blake beautifully drive through the covers just there, so there is still good pace in the wicket.
Yeah, you feel like it was a decent toss for Lancs to win. You know, the sun is now beating down, not just on the pitch, but on our necks, Cam. Where's my hat when I need one? But yeah, it was a good toss to win. And they haven't had to do anything too funky here, just let the pitch do the work. And Surrey haven't done too much wrong either, in truth. Foolish. And that may well bisect the two. No, good work on the outer, excellent fielding. Still come back for a couple.
You're right in that. Because the ground is a small ground here, you can almost, if you know what you need to chase, you can almost be a bit of a bully when you go about it. If you can say, oh, it's nibbling around and it's a bit difficult to play with straight bat. But if you're only after 200 or so, you can get really ugly and just target those short sides and strike some boundaries. As you said, being released by Vince was an exceptionally sensible piece of decision making from the powers that be to allow those 100 players to come back and play over Dan Kenton, benefiting particularly from the return of Daniel Drummond.
Yeah, it's essential as well to maintain, if you like, cordial relations as well across the formats and across the various institutions and organisations here. And it's good, of course, for the punters. Tom Laws is one of the most talented young cricketers in England, with a record that is burgeoning by the week. And while there is some joy in seeing players come through, quick one, easily made in the end. I wonder if Keaton Jennings may well have looked to go to the keeper's end there, because there was definite hesitancy from Josh Blake, but in the end chose to go to the non-strikers. Yeah, and it just elevates the event as well to see the likes of Tom Laws here. As you say, Daniel Drummond as well, being released by London Spirit. Cricketers need to play. Gorgeous by Josh Blake. Shot of the day. He's waited for that little bit of induck, kept himself steady, not overcommitted to it, and just punched it very stylishly and elegantly down the ground. He's growing into his innings here, 26 not out now.
Two wonderful shots from Josh Blake in the last two overs. Looking at a very classy player in the settings. It's quite idyllic at the moment, I'd say, Phil. Sun's out, trains wandering past. Probably rolling past is a better word for that.
Yeah, it's a beauty. It's a sellout here as well. It's one of the great institutions, really, of London cricket or Surrey cricket. You get any here in the past, Cameron?
I've actually been looking back on it on the train journey here. I haven't got a league wicket here and I haven't got a run.
Foolish, bowled him. Played all around it. Tom Laws has to go. The merest murmur of a bit of a way duck there, and Aspenwall picks up his second here, and Tom Laws is cranky with himself, aiming through straight mid-wicket. Got through the shot maybe just a wee bit too early. It's a tidy piece of bowling. You can see the fingers just running down the left-hand side of the ball just to keep the line held. Further indication that there is a bit in this pitch. It's beautifully bowled, but Tom Laws won't want to see that again, in truth, early on in his innings. Desperate to get going. As we say, starved of cricket, in truth, for 3 weeks and more. 96 for 6 now, the home side. And Conor McCurr, who is in form, struck a very tidy 30-32 against Yorkshire a couple of days back, but he didn't want to be in 22 overs into this innings.
That ball did leave Tom Laws quite sharp. At the same time, he was looking to exceptionally leg side of it, was looking to whip the ball through mid-wicket. Had his time again. To come a little bit straight because it was exceptionally full, which is, I think, despite, you can criticise Laws there and say it was very, very full, kind of how you missed it. But on the flip side, I think it shows how sharp that movement was, that he did miss the ball, given how full it was. Nevertheless, Aspenwall will be quite pleased to have picked up a wicket with that delivery. I think often you may have seen that being driven through the onside, a la Josh Blake.
Yeah, credit where it's due there by Aspenwall. He's bowled a full length throughout this mini spell. Into his 5th now, and he's picked up 2 for 18. And just using, there's a slight drift as well on the angle, a slight slope here at Woodbridge Road, and he's utilised that very effectively up to now. McCurr then, and he's off the mark straight away. And they're coming back for a second here. They make it comfortably enough in the end. I feel like Surrey's future in this tournament really does hang on these two now. 98 for 6, if they can somehow double that on a pitch that is offering a little, perhaps more than a little, to the seamers, you never know. Shortish and loopy as well over the head of Conor McCurr, who gestures casually enough to the square leg umpire, who is unmoved.
It's Sutton versus Lancashire at the moment. Is it McCurr and Josh Blake, teammates in the Surrey Championship? As is the point of me being here, so I can bring you information like that.
You are Master Surrey. Yeah, it's good again by Aspenwall. It's a good time to come on, of course. First change with a few top order wickets having already gone down, but he's done this very well. There's been very little there to hit. Settled in slightly short of a length. Doesn't hang around either. Quick to turn at the top of his mark. Leg side-ish this time, just off the pad. Run down for just a single. $100 up. It's been a struggle for the home side, but they're getting there. 101 for 6 now. There's a man out there now as Josh Blake opens his shoulders once more. He's playing very nicely here as the left-hander. And Keaton Jennings, the Lancs captain, acknowledges that by posting the boundary rider at deep square on the offside.
I think the more desperate the situation becomes for Surrey, almost the less pressure becomes on Josh Blake. He kind of can't really fail in this situation. He really has the opportunity to play a kind of match-saving innings.
Pick up another couple here. So despite having lost Tom Laws, the scoreboard keeps ticking. 8 from that one. So no need for any spin just yet. It's easy for Keaton Jennings as it stands. He's just rotated his four-seamers, and they've done the job for him very tidily indeed here. I think it might just be time. Yeah, it's going to be the left arm orthodox of Jack Morley. Going to be bowling, of course, left arm over because of Josh Blake as the left-hander. They like him a lot here at Lancs. Very tidy young spinner.
Morley's emergence at the club was not necessarily the catalyst, but a contributing factor, you imagine, if Matt Parkinson's moved down to Kent. Pitches of spinners up there.
Yeah, England under-19s as well, of course, and he's putting out some very tidy numbers in red ball cricket as well as white ball cricket. Rather shovelled into the gap, and there won't be a single there. Second time lucky, picks up a single up to long on. You imagine Morley will go round here to the right-handed Conor McCurt. No slip, so Keaton Jennings happy just to sit in here. It's four men out, of course. Long on and long off, and man on the sweep, square on the leg side. And a man at deep cover as well. And he squeezes that out between the bowler and straight extra cover. Sign of intent as well, down the track straight away by Conor McCurt. And I think that will have to be his policy, you would think. You can't just let the left arm spinner bowl at you. Managed to block hole himself on that, Josh Blake. So a very tidy start here for the left arm spinner. He's got to get out of this over.
It's almost perfectly bowled by Morley there, especially that last ball of the over. I think from a spinner's point of view, you often hear Daniel Vittori spoke about it, bowling your best one ball. You've won the over, you're happy if the opposing batsman gets one, get into the next game. There, he's just moved his long on slightly wider, he's bowled a very quick dart into leg stump. He's handed Josh Blake one run on a plate as opposed to having any opportunity to strike a boundary.
Yeah, so a quiet start for Jack Morley, but you can understand the role that he needs to play now for Lancashire. The squeeze is on for the visitors.
I wondered there with the field to Mine too. Josh Blake. Goodness me.
So sorry folks, we've had a manfully, unsuccessfully, solve everything. Rolling around between our legs, plugging wires in. But we think we're now back. Daniel Norcross and Cameron Ponsonby.
What a treat for all involved. I think if you are the viewer, you'd much rather have the pictures and none of us, and vice versa. So
I think it works that way around, definitely. Yeah, I'd say that.
So actually, it's a good news story.
It is, yeah. There are a precious few of those around at the moment. And another good news story is the man facing right now, left-handed Josh Blake.
Goodness me, I thought he was about to get out then. I thought that'd been really unkind.
Yes.
So Josh Blake, you ready for the story again, Dan?
I'm ready for the story again.
Wonderful. So Josh Blake, we were talking about how it's a real opportunity for Blake here in terms of not necessarily the match situation, but he's very early in his professional career, and his route to professional cricket was a very unique one. He's 24 years old, signed his first contract last year, and he plays in the local leagues for a club called Sutton, and he worked at the Surrey Cricket Foundation, which is based at the Oval, and they were looking for a wicketkeeper for their second 11. And as the story goes, I'm sure this has been exaggerated to some extent, they were looking for a wicketkeeper and someone goes, you know, Josh downstairs keeps for Sutton. So they've got him involved. He couldn't stop scoring runs.
Sutton won.
Sutton ones, yes.
Yep.
Couldn't stop scoring runs for Surrey twos, and there was some interest from other counties, and Surrey went, actually, no, we'll keep you here. So from the Surrey Cricket Foundation as a coach and charity worker to out in the middle, playing for the first team.
It's a very heartwarming story. I love that.
I'm glad.
And he's got a bit of a job to do here, though, because Surrey are not in a very healthy position. 113 for 7 on a pitch. It's done a little bit. It's been a little bit too paced. Seen a couple of guys drag on. Griffiths at the crease with him. I'm interested to see the approach that Surrey take here. Is it all about using up the overs, or are they going to have to try to at least put some pressure back onto the Lancashire bowlers?
Well, Lancashire have changed in their approach. When Conor McCurr was in, they had long on and long off out, and they were happy for them to take ones.
Oh, that's a mighty shot. That's 4 for Griffiths. Just dragged his length down a little there, Morley. And Griffiths is showing that he's got a bit of power to him.
There's kind of what Lancashire are looking for, actually, trying to put the emphasis back on Surrey for them to do something. Morley's just lost his length there, and Griffiths have shoveled the ball over mid-wicket. They're kind of asking, they're teasing him here to say, look, go over mid on, mid off, and give us a wicket-taking opportunity.
Thick edge. It's going to run down to the boundary. There is no deep third. So, a couple of boundaries in consecutive balls for Griffith. I wonder if we'll see a change of field, because there's 7 fielders inside the ring here at the moment. It's the 2 out. We're in the 29th over. So, Lancashire, should they want, can have 4 fielders out at this stage.
On the other end of the Josh Blake scale, we've got Luke Griffiths at the other end.
Okay, other end of the Josh Blake scale.
Well, so Griffiths is 17 years old, playing professional cricket, and is going to go back for his final year at school as head boy. And I think that level of social capital makes me feel a bit ill, actually. I think you're a bit too cool to rock in as head boy and a professional cricketer. I think you're maximum allowed one or the other.
Do you know what school?
I don't, I'm afraid, and I think I'm.
Well, why should you? Why should people know what schools people go to?
You may have heard our colleague there announce the name of the school, but I spoke to someone involved in the academy here, and he was a state school boy who earned a scholarship, or was given a scholarship to Charterhouse School, as we now know, and he's made good on it. Playing for Surrey.
Head boy.
Yeah.
I never wanted. Did you want to be head boy?
I was head boy at my primary school.
Were you?
Yeah. I don't know
What kind of primary schools had head boys? Your Hogwarts was a Hogwarts feeder school.
Genuinely the only school you could have said that. No, All Farthing School in Wandsworth. So it's just a school. It was a very good school for
What were the
Wandsworth.
arduous duties of the head boy at a primary school?
Funnily enough, I think we were left out of the main decision-making processes.
Yes, I thought you might be. Quite surprised umpires not given a wide for that one. It's quite a long way down the leg side. Not for height, for direction as much as anything.
I do remember going to a kind of a board meeting, I guess they were.
Oh yeah.
Me, the head girl, and the head teacher, and the head teacher told us that you would like a patio in the back playground, wouldn't you? And we went, or like a raised platform. We went, yeah.
I see. So it's a stitch up.
Yeah. So she went, that'd be really good for the back playground. We went, yeah, I guess so. Perfect. What great leadership, what great collective decision making.
You want a pay rise for the senior teachers as well, don't you?
It was fun. It was amazing the things we got done. I remember it well. You had to stand up in front of assembly and give your speech. And hey, glory! I was victorious in the election.
Oh, edged and gone. So Blake's got to go. He's trying to access deep third, and he's got nothing more than a little edge. And Lavelle picks up another catch. Surrey lose their 825 for 8, and a second wicket for Balderson.
That's a real shame for Surrey and for Blake, who was batting beautifully. Played 2 exquisite drives during his innings. I think he had a real opportunity there to walk off this pitch 60-70 not out, or maybe out, you never know. And that'll be a source of great frustration, as you'll see on the replay here. He's just looking to run that ball down to third man, just gets a little bit less than he would have liked. He was using his feet as well, just to kind of close that angle towards the ball. And Surrey are in a world of trouble here at 125 for 8. I believe we'll see Daniel Moriarty walking to the crease.
Well,
there he appears.
It's a very legitimate shot option, isn't it, in one-day cricket? You've got deep third, you've got all that area down to third is left open, and he's just looking to rotate strike, but that's the danger. You get it ever so slightly wrong. And I've been impressed with Lavelle's keeping. So that wasn't by any means the toughest catch he's taken. Took a beauty though, the strangle down the leg side to get rid of Cameron Steele.
He's been having a very fine day. So wicket keepers often fit into that kind of referee umpire mould.
Oh yeah, you don't want to notice them.
Don't want to notice them.
Yeah.
They just do their job. They leave a bit happier for their.
See, the thing is though that yeah, I've oft heard that said.
Yeah.
But I do notice unnoticed keepers, don't you?
I must admit, I was saying the words and I went, I don't think you believe that, Cameron.
No,
because
neither of us do.
I often notice spectacular catches and think, that's a fantastic catch. What an excellent wicketkeeper that is.
I want to not notice referees.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't mind noticing umpires. I mean, if they're...
Really?
Well, if they've got a particularly quirky way of giving a decision. You know, I mean, the late great Rudy Kurtzen and his slow finger.
Very slow, yeah. I've always admired his commitment to that particular bit.
Yep. I mean, they can get too quirky, don't get me wrong. I'm not sure I cared for Billy Bowden's 6.
I don't know the name of the current umpire, but when he signals 6, he holds 5 fingers up with one hand and 1 with the other.
Oh,
I've always wondered whether he could go like 3 and 3, 4 and 2. Just as long as the concoction adds up to 6, then it served its purpose.
Right, 30 overs gone. I'm not sure 20 overs will remain here. As Surrey will have little option but just to try to eke out whatever they can, and they will be emboldened though. What happened at York the other day? They got Yorkshire 9 down. Obviously they'll be frustrated that they didn't finish off the job, but they will know that their bowling attack is capable of taking wickets, and they've seen that this wicket has been actually a little bit challenging in part. It's not by any means a bad wicket, but it's been a little bit on offer for the seam bowlers. A little bit of variable pace. Not seen much in the way of spin yet from Morley though. and Surrey do have 3 spinners in their attack.
I can very much see a world that exists here where we talk up this wicket as kind of two-paced, nibbling around, very difficult, and then Lancashire come out to bat and finish 4 down, having chased it quite comfortably.
Well, in part, it's tricky for Surrey because they're going to have to attack. They know they're going to have to bowl Lancashire out.
Sure.
And that will give opportunities, of course, to the visiting side.
I think Daniel Moriarty here, as a left-hander against Jack Morley, has an opportunity to kind of really attack. I think, again, we're constantly in that catch-22 position of, do you back yourself to bat 20 more overs and try and score 100 runs that way, or do you think the best route to another 100 runs is to go now and target the boundaries?
Now, there are 2 fielders out on the leg side for Moriarty. He's off strike now. We've seen that Griffiths against Morley was perfectly happy to go after him. Hit that wonderful pull over mid-wicket a couple of overs ago. Can't quite beat the field. It's a good diving stop at mid-on. Otherwise that would have run away for 4. Interestingly, they're keeping 3 out for Moriarty, only 2 out for Griffiths. Yeah,
I think they're really trying to tease Griffiths and ask him to try and hit Morley back over the top straight, and they've really kind of see that as the opportunity for the wicket.
I had some concerns for the crowd earlier, but they proved mostly unfounded today.
Well, I think that's largely as Morley's over comes to an end there. Surrey 128 for 8 after 31. I think that's largely where my kind of reservations about potentially kind of hamming up how difficult to wicket it might be, is that matches here in recent years have been incredibly high scoring events, and even the wicket can be a bit better, but it's still, by professional standards, a very small ground. And Surrey and Nottinghamshire played a game here a couple of years ago where Surrey got 330 overs, and Nottinghamshire gave it a really good go of chasing it down. And so if you do get yourself in trouble, it is a small enough cricket ground that you can just hit yourself out of trouble.
Yep. Well, we've seen 1-6 that was clattered into the
It's a wonderful shot.
metal fencing by Ryan Patel earlier today. What we haven't yet seen is a fielder scampering to save a ball close to the spectators and diving beyond the rope. Because the spectators away to my left on these chairs are very, very close to that boundary indeed.
Absolutely. And they're a permanent fixture here at the ground. Those 2 kind of mini stands.
You played much cricket here?
I've played a number of games here. It makes you feel like a very important but poorly supported player when you play in club cricket to empty stands.
Yes, but you can sort of dream, can't you?
And I do. I really do.
I came here in 1981 in order to avoid the marriage of Prince Charles to, at the time, Lady Diana Spencer. Came with my father.
Mm-hmm.
We knew we had to be out of the house. We could not watch that. That is a lovely shot. A lovely shot from Dan Moriarty. It wasn't a long half volley. It was a very controlled off drive, just to the right of mid-off, all along the ground. Sorry, we'll need plenty more of those.
It's a wonderful shot from Moriarty as he gets himself up and away. I've enjoyed that you've traded one of the great English institutions for another in Royal Weddings for Guildford Cricket Club.
Well, basically, cricket came to our rescue. Because you're too young, of course, you weren't alive at the time, but it was wall to wall Every day was something about a dress or a pair of shoes or stuff that was in it was in danger of becoming so boring you thought you might die before this wretched thing ever got done, you know. Talk about processions and horses and carriages
But this would have been the days before kind of the 24 hour rolling
exactly
news.
That's what made it so appalling, because it was wall to wall on the only channels that were available. There was literally nothing else to be done. 19 overs remain, 134 for 8.
Except come to Guildford Cricket Club.
Except come here and watch Imran Khan and Garth LaRue play against Surrey. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. Cricket came to our rescue.
Oh, goodness me. I feel like the loss of the BBC kind of tag has really allowed you to express yourself in the last 2 or 3 minutes. I'd have loved to have heard this bit on TMS.
I think I might have mentioned it. Perhaps not in quite such strident terms. I mean, just because you freelance for the corporation doesn't mean that you have to enjoy expensive ceremonies that don't have a winner.
If there was a winner, would that have been...
Yes, it would have made everything completely different, yeah. Because it's just basically, if you like sport, it's very difficult to get up for things like the Edinburgh Tattoo or the changing of the guard or any of these things, because there isn't, you know, what's the score? There isn't one.
So you wanted Charles and Diana to walk down the aisle to a ping pong table, have a game.
Yeah, that would have been great.
And then...
Well, I would have watched that, yeah.
I reckon I'd have watched that as well, actually.
Oh, he's got away with that. Nearly drags that back onto his stumps. Moriarty. Morley is bowling very full out there at the moment. There's a few deliveries he's got right up in the block hole. A few where the batters have yorked themselves as well. Wide down the leg side. Every run a precious morsel here. 135 for 8. I have nothing that there's no personal animus against any of the actors involved in that ceremony. But I'll be honest with you, I don't particularly enjoy my friends' weddings, so I'm not quite sure why I'd enjoy two people's wedding. I don't know.
God, I feel like I'm sat at the dinner table at home. How was Imran Khan that day?
Brilliant. Yeah, annoyingly so.
Yeah?
Yes, because as a 12-year-old, I was even more partisan than I am now.
And who was the other cricketer you mentioned?
Garth LaRue, who's a South African pace bowler, a bit before your time. In those days, because South Africa were quite correctly barred from international sport. Your only chance to see some truly great players, like Eddie Barlow, Mike Proctor, Vincent van der Bijl, who played for our bitter enemies Middlesex. And
that's a remarkable name.
Yeah, he did for Surrey in the Gillette Cup final of 1980. I had the opportunity to berate him about it during the Women's World Cup, and he seemed very pleased. He'd not forgotten.
Garth LaRue, 838 first-class wickets. That's a lot.
It's quite a tidy average as well, isn't it? Have a look.
Well, an average of 21.24 with the ball, 25.71 with the bat.
Yes, he could bat as well. Now, I've got to change the bowling. Blatherwick coming back into the attack. A bustling type of bowler. But yes, it was pretty full that day as well. So I wasn't alone here at Guildford that day, I can tell you. I think they had one of their larger crowds.
Many of the Republicans of the south east of England.
No, it's not about republicanism or monarchy.
I've got the wrong end of that. Yeah, sorry.
It is, it's simply there's a genuinely great spectacle taking place involving Imran Khan and Roger Knight and Alan Butcher. I'm sure you could get it up on there if you like. You find the actual game. 1981, Surrey v Sussex, Guildford. been a 3-day game in those days. I think it ended in a draw.
Well, Cricinfo might be failing me, but I might be having joy with Wisden. I've said that too soon before the page is loaded.
We don't have favourites here on the Surrey live stream.
As a freelancer who hopes to be paid by all of those companies,
Yes.
I
You
enjoy
love
them all equally. What do you know? I've found it.
Excellent. Oh, he's gone for the pull, and it's just gone underneath his bat. There have been occasions today when that would have flown through above it, but the ball is now only 16, 17 overs old. If anybody else was at that game on, what was the date? 29th, 30th and 31st of July, is that right?
Well,
1981?
Well,
say Guildford?
We're
Yes,
at Guildford, it's
Yeah, that's it.
1981, and Imran Khan and LaRue are playing, so I hope it's the same one.
Yeah, I think it must be that game.
I might just check the date of Diana and Prince Charles's marriage, just in case this is a complete fabrication.
Yeah, I might have got it wrong. We did have a series of avoidance techniques.
No, you're completely correct. 29th of July 1981.
There you go.
42 years ago.
But that would have been a Saturday, yes?
You're really testing me.
Well, the reason I ask is because it doesn't feel like it was a Saturday then. Because if that match took place on the 29th, 30th and 31st, that meant they would have been playing a county championship game on a Sunday. He won't get a 4 for that. There's fielder out at deep backward square leg, but Moriarty's still going after it. No, it was a Wednesday. That explains it. They got married on a Wednesday.
Well, I guess it's not like you have to think. If you're the Royals, you don't have to think of whether your friends can take a day off work.
Yeah, that's true.
They're just going to be there.
Yes.
Get married on Monday if you really want to.
So that was the first day of that match. You need to get back to the scorecard and remind me what wonders I got to see.
I beg your pardon.
Yes, I remember he's slightly disappointed because Sussex batted first.
Imran Khan got 92 though.
Yeah.
And then in reply,
Surrey's bowlers that day: Robin Jackman, David Thomas, Roger Knight, a school teacher at Dulwich College he was, Intigab Alam and Pat Pocock. It's quite a tasty bowling lineup.
Monty Lynch with 75 before he was dismissed to LBW.
So Imran didn't take any wickets in that first innings. Surrey got themselves a first innings lead of 9.
Famously difficult to bowl at Guildford in 1981.
Very difficult. Well, he might have been distracted because he was almost certainly invited to the wedding.
I was wondering that.
He wouldn't have been able to come or go.
Who's his royal connection? He has a royal connection, doesn't he?
Well, I don't know if he has a royal connection. He married a goldsmith, didn't he? Jemima. See, I'm sure that.
I'm bracketing them the same there.
Now, we've just got a little break in play because I think we've got a broken bat situation here. Was that from the pull shot he played back into the last over?
I wouldn't be surprised. He's two to choose from. He was very quick to decide which one he wanted. Whether that's because he could tell which one he wanted or he didn't care, we'll never know.
Well, why don't you interview him later for an exclusive?
Well, do I? Have you seen that video of Steve Smith perfectly identifying all kind of 10 of his bats?
No.
He numbers all of them, and Cricket Australia gave him a blindfold.
Oh, another very full delivery.
And Cricket Australia blindfold him. They hand him the bats one by one. He shakes them and he taps them.
Oh wow!
And he flicks them and he goes
like a taste test sort of thing.
But he goes number 18, and he was spot on.
A polite inquiry, but no more than that. Ball going drifting down the leg side. That's one of the same times most extraordinary story and totally predictable. Wouldn't you have said? Big swing, but gets nothing on it. Morley is bowling. I've said this a bit, I know, but Morley is really getting it up there, isn't he? He's firing in at the block hole.
I think he may have decided he's not getting any kind of purchase from the wicket, so he's decided to up the speed and up the length.
It's nicely driven, but can't beat this packed offside field. There is a sweeper for protection as well. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. And actually long on has gone back. Again, a distinctly optimistic appeal from Morley.
I think Lancashire are very content in their game plans at the moment. They had mid on up in the ring for the first 4 balls of the over and dropped them out for the last 2. They're content in their position.
Oh, again, he's nearly yorked him. I wonder, was there thought of catch-off boot there? I'd like to see that in the replay, because the keeper was very interested. Has he got a little dink onto the boot? Either way, Lavelle couldn't quite take the ball on the full, so a maiden over for Morley. Surrey going nowhere here. 137 for 8, 15 overs remain. Is it time for a change of commentator already?
You have one more over with me, Dan.
Good. I've enjoyed it.
I'm glad. It'd have been tough to take if publicly you'd said otherwise. But I'll wait for the private assessment later. That's fine.
So Blatherwick's going to continue. Griffiths has looked pretty comfortable for his 16 so far. Slip still in place. Oh, now they'll have to rush, but that's going to hurt. A throw has whacked straight on to Dan Moriarty's, what is it, arm or hand? He looks to be in some pain here.
Struck him on the left forearm or left wrist, and the fielder at slip has had immediately put his hands across his face. That looks incredibly painful for Moriarty. You'll see here on the replay, they're running through for a quick single, and a wild throw from backward point has missed the stumps by a fair margin. Whacks him on the elbow.
Yeah, that really is going to hurt. It's the last thing Surrey need. They're 8 down. They need Moriarty to bowl, and that is his bowling arm.
You can see the reaction from George Lavelle there, the wicketkeeper, immediately putting both hands over his head. I think Lancashire were well aware that that was a very painful blow. And, I mean, through no fault of the field.
No, it's obviously not deliberate. No.
But it's we'll have a fairly lengthy break in play here. I think hopefully Moriarty's concerns are just for the immediate 2 minutes ahead as they get some ice on it. But from a more long-term perspective,
did you see precisely where that got him? Was that on the elbow? Or was it?
Initially, I thought it struck him on the wrist, and on the replay, it looks like it was quite a lot higher on the arm, on the elbow, potentially kind of on the bone, which is why the impact would be so painful. But I think there's obviously
the also make your hand go numb, can't it? Then you really struggle to grip.
You have an immediate concern of pain. Well, it looks just from the strapping there that it was across his wrist. And of course, the longer and more very obvious term issue of he is a left arm bowler.
Yes. Yes, so this hasn't really been Surrey's day. I think we can safely say that so far. There's time, but Moriarty looks though like he's going to get patched up and continue. No sign of Amaverdi walking out to bat, so I think Moriarty feels he's good enough to continue.
That's probably the best case for Surrey and Moriarty there. If it was just an impact, very painful in the moment blow, and after a couple of minutes, a few deep breaths, some magic spray. Never known what that is. Just cold.
Yeah.
Up and running
in the 70s,
again.
They didn't even have a magic spray. They just had a sponge.
The magic
and a
sponge.
Bucket. Yeah.
Was the bucket magic as well?
I don't know. What was in it was magic. It's magic water.
Water, yeah.
It's magic water and a magic sponge. Right, well, looks like Moriarty's going to continue. 138 for 8.
A couple of painkillers.
It's going to be that much more difficult there to swing the bat, isn't it? You've just been whacked on the left wrist.
If you're Jack Blatherwick, do you follow in with a short ball here,
Of
just
course,
to be doubly mean? We hit you once by accident, now we're going to hit you on purpose as well.
Well, that's the professional way to go about it, isn't
Absolutely.
it? It's fairly common after someone takes a blow. What happened at the end of the match? Was it a draw, the Surrey-Sussex game? From memory, it petered out.
It very much so, because, and this is a kind of...
This is back in 1981.
Yes, when
29th of July.
When playing three-day cricket is a real kind of... My youthful brain can't quite wrap my head around that, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, it was quite tricky. If there was any rain around. So a ripple
so
of applause you can hear, by the way,
actually,
because Moriarty is going to continue.
I believe you're incorrect. Surrey won by 5 wickets.
Did they now? Well, I don't suppose we...
Well, they skittled. I don't
suppose we came back.
They skittled Sussex in their second innings for 127. Mr. Thomas taking 5 for 31 off 16.
He was a terrific all-rounder. Left-arm quick bowler, David Thomas.
Won by 5 wickets. At a canter, no less.
Against the likes of Imran Khan and Garth LaRue.
Right, well,
those were the days.
Dan Moriarty taking strike again. We have 2 slips in play immediately in response. We have 2 fielders out on the square leg boundary as well, so Blatherwick might be going short here to greet Moriarty's return to the wicket.
Yep, it was short, entirely predictably, but Moriarty's played that pretty well, but then he's clutched the bottom of the bat with the right hand, which usually indicates something.
I think it looks quite cool, though.
Yeah, that was quite cool.
Yeah, I think it looks quite you're a man in control, powerful.
Felt to me like a man whose left hand was still a little bit sore.
Could be that as well. He could be a cool man in pain.
I like the look of Griffiths here. 17 years old. He looks to have a fair bit of time, doesn't he?
I think he's batted very well, and we're kind of mentioning this earlier with Josh Blake, because when the situation is kind of so dire and the pressure is so high, actually it can go the other way, where all the pressure is removed and you kind of have an opportunity where you cannot fail. Griffiths cannot fail from this point onwards. He can only kind of increase his reputation and his standing within the setup.
Oh, now then, that's going to land safely. He didn't quite get that out the middle of the bat. Wild throw comes in.
I'll be interested to see if Blatherwick goes short again here, because as you mentioned, upon replay, I think I would side with you that Moriarty looked like a man in pain as opposed to a man particularly wanting to come across as trendy in front of the watching Guildford audience. But that short ball from Blatherwick was just a bit too wide. I think he can come a little bit straighter and really target that elbow.
Oh, that's a mighty blow. And that has gone all the way. We've not seen many sixes today, but Moriarty, with a very sore wrist, has just clattered that. A little bit lower than Ryan Patel's earlier, but close to the crowd away at deep mid-wicket for 6. Great shot.
It's very well played by Moriarty, and I think he knew what the game was there. I think he knew Blatherwick was going to come short at him again. He's given himself room. And timed. He really hasn't swung that hard at that ball. He's timed it perfectly and lofted it over the 3 rows of fans over on the leg side.
Now we're getting a change of ball, I think. Did that ball get lost, or did it just get broken? I thought it didn't go high and out.
It may have pierced the fence.
It could have pierced the fence,
given the velocity at which it was struck.
Yes. Well, actually, hang on. I wonder if
they found it.
They found the ball. I'm just wondering. There's an advertising hoarding, a blue one with green background with white letters, and there's a hole. Can you see that hole? I wonder if the ball went through that bit.
I can't say I can.
You can't see it.
You've got wonderful eyesight.
You need glasses, my friend. Can you not see that hole? I wonder if one of our cameramen can spot that for us. Oh, driving loosely, no movement of the feet at all there, but 9 from the over, 146 for 8. Moriarty looking to swing. Yep, I think that's probably the better length for Moriarty. He seemed quite comfortable with the shorter ball. There's Jo Harman. Replaces Cameron Ponsonby. You can see the hole of which I speak, can't you, Joe? I'm not imagining this hole.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
very close to the sea, just above the sea of...
Starting me with an eye test, though. It's quite a difficult first challenge for my, my next stint.
Sorry. So Morley's continuing. It's been a long old spell from Jack Morley. Surrey haven't really got after him, but he has bowled full block hole deliveries, very containing spell.
Yeah, it's been pretty dogged stuff from Surrey's tail-enders here. Moriarty fighting through the pain after being hit on the hand or lower arm, was it?
Yeah, we think it was lower arm. Didn't get a really good look at it. I think it was below the elbow.
Might be quite painful when he comes to have a bowl later.
Well, yes. And it would be sod's law it was the left arm that took the blow, wouldn't it? Now there could be two here. They set off for the first quickly. And they'll get back comfortably.
Yeah, it's been staring stuff from Griffiths here,
I was going to
isn't
ask what you made of him. It's the first time I've seen him live. And given that he's 17, he looks pretty composed to me. Just taking the singles that are on offer.
Yeah, as Cam was saying, there's not a huge amount to lose from in this situation, but equally, you know, he could have come out and just had a swing, see where it got him, but he's actually really got his head down, played sensibly.
Head boy type innings, would you say?
Absolutely, yeah. He's in line for that promotion soon, right? Just down the road.
So I've heard. Oh, that's gone through Moriarty, looking to access the onside, turn the face of the bat. And Surrey are now on the brink. 149 for 9. Morley has his man.
Well, Bob Morley, it's he's deserved that very tidy spell. Just finished his 8th over, 1 for 22. Moriarty looked like he was just trying to tuck that into the leg side. Yeah, and just missed it. I think, I don't know if it turned a great deal, but
I think it's just full and straight,
yeah.
Isn't it, really? Yep. That starts on off stump and just keeps on going on with the arm.
And Morley's been pretty consistent throughout his spell, darting them in, bowling quite full, and has his reward. We've got Amaverdi walks out as the last man with, what have we got, still 13 overs to go.
Yes. Yes, it hasn't really been Surrey's day with the bat today. It started poorly. There have been flashes. There have been moments, let's say.
I remember the heady days of 18 for none after 2 overs.
That was fun, that, wasn't it?
That feels like quite a long time ago.
It was a beautiful, beautiful looking day. Short boundaries. Pitch looked like it was playing quite decently. But since then, well, the loss of Ryan Patel, Sibley, early, just rather suppressed the run rate. And then at the 10 over mark, 51 for 2 after 10, they lost 2 overs right at the start of the second power play. And when you're 4 down with just over 50 on the board, well, that's tricky. So what does Griffiths do here? Well, it looks like he's got license to swing, and he smashed that one away really well. Got right on top of the bounce. And whenever Blatherwick has dropped short, he's been punished.
That was a shot of a proper batter though, wasn't it? Middled that as well as anyone has done so far today.
Made a glorious noise off the bat, didn't it?
Sounded
Superb
perfect.
Connection, yeah. 150 up with that, 153 for 9.
Yeah, and as you say, clearly it hasn't been Surrey's day, but if there are some positives to be taken, it's what we've seen here from Griffiths and Josh Blake as well, two newcomers to the side, taking some responsibility and playing with a bit of guts.
And they've both still got a fair bit to do. Josh with the gloves. Griffiths will be bowling later on. Oh, he's gone again. Fielder's underneath it, takes a catch, and that's it. Surrey bowled out for 153. He couldn't get on top of it this time. The first one he nailed through deep backward square. This one was a little bit top edgy. Picks out the fielder. And that completes, well, a subpar score for Surrey. 153 all out. If you're tempted to be a little bit grumpy about it, it should be pointed out these are pretty much the last 11 fit players around the club at the moment.
It was a squad of 11 for today, wasn't it?
It was a squad of 11. And they might point to the odd decision they thought didn't go necessarily for them, but also got to give some credit to Lancashire. They bowled well there. Will Williams 4 for 30. Aspenwall, the England under-19 player, 2 for 26. Balderson 2 for 28. Morley 1 for 22. Top scorers, though, the two youngsters, Josh Blake and Griffiths.
Yeah, very steady stuff from Lancashire seamers. I think they realised there was a bit in the pitch. Didn't try and do too much. Didn't try and mix things up hugely. The wickets kept coming. And clearly Lancashire in a very strong position here. Not the belter of a pitch that we would usually expect at Guildford, perhaps, but still a below par score that Surrey have managed to put together there.
Yep, well, the players will wander off. They will resume in half an hour, so 2:15 we'll be back to see if Surrey can defend what is a very meagre total, 154. But they have Tom Laws back on their side. That was slightly strengthened bowling attack. And remember, it was only a couple of days ago they took 9 Yorkshire wickets. They were defending a small total that day, not quite as small as the one today. Join us again in about 28 minutes' time to see if somehow they can pull off the great escape.
What's for YouTube?
Pardon?
YouTube.
Yeah, yeah. For the Surrey Cricket.
you can. Yeah, I was weighing up my options.
Sorry, Dave. Sorry, Mick, I did speak to t'other Mick early on. Sorry, but too many Micks, that's the trouble. Listen. When the president starts to speak. You're here to the stage. Check back on it.
Hi, can you go on the pitch? It's the opposite of the oval. Everyone's got to go on the pitch rather than here. You get rugby tackled if you're that far onto the oval.
I've never in my life come across anything like it. Well, that's all right. You can't put your feet over the rope. On this side, you can't go.
I've never worked for the oval.
Yeah.
It's quite nice, but you've got to work out some bizarre rules. You see, you can't be
trying to make cricket inclusive.
Yeah, exactly. You can't go too near to the president. You've got to best behaviour.
So what's this bit here?
Do you ever go to the Oval?
Yeah.
So where the committee room is, on the balcony. You remember that?
Yeah.
So you know exactly where the balcony is to the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Is the committee room. Essentially, that is a teleported.
Gotcha.
So everyone you see in the committee room on a whatever, so you got a president in there.
Yeah.
I recognise it. And they've even got the same steward who comes to the committee room. I've worked with them before. And I think essentially, which is bizarre, it's normally the oval. Rugby tackle someone if they got within about a millimetre of putting a toe over the line. Here, you've got to go on the pitch and you're not allowed to walk through the pitch. Yeah. But it seems to be the nature. Everyone is fascinated by what's in there. I mean, I work in the JM
Oh, right. It's a members bit in JM. Someone told me
the only bit there is it's at the right hand side of the arch.
Yes.
Around, you know, the John Majors.
Yeah.
Still is. Yeah. There's the benches and gold little bar.
Oh, right, I saw it.
It's not.
That's not what it's called.
No, it's really quiet. It's like pretty decent view. Yeah. It's all the people that have got shareholding and investment. You probably don't get more around 12 or 15 people.
Yeah. The thing is, I mean, whenever I go for all of the types of the pavilion still fine.
Well, I think the best view is literally I think the balcony is the best view. It's quite it's essentially you can work out where the best view is because that will sit.
Yeah. No, I'm normally in the bottom bit in the shade because it's too hot.
Terrace is blocking and the balcony. Shelf.
There's one right up the top that's steep. I've never bothered to go there because it's the sunshine and I don't want to be in the sun.
Well,
I don't mind it here because
we quite often get people trying to come into our area is okay. It's apart from the four. Very active.
I'm in the house on a Saturday.
But for that you do get free. You get a weighted tube the next year. Trousers. You would in that commission.
Yeah,
but it's so formal, isn't it?
That's what I like about the O's.
That's the only thing, because I mean, as soon as I'm getting paid for the Christmas, my job literally today with another guy is stand around for half an hour and make sure no one walks that way while it goes, and no one cycles that way, and then go for half an hour break. And it's good. The only downside is see glasses of lager go past and we're in this.
Yeah.
That's the only downside.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, so it's worth it. Whereas stuff you could be underneath the stand and not see the game, stuff like if you do stewarding, stuff like that.
I mean, I love cricket, so I deliberately work for the Oval because and I specified when I first started. But if you're going to put me with a clicker out the front of the pavilion or bags on, I don't want it to. I'm doing it because, and I thought also will work and do whatever. But a lot of people like it. There's a big crossover between staff, so a lot of staff work as well. And they were saying it's exactly the same setup with the members there, the hierarchy, as it is with the workers. There's no total. Standing this position. I mean, one guy got told off the other. You would have been coming with whatever. And then there's another guy, he was told, I mean, it's the people, he was told to stand here, so they stand here. But he moved like 2 feet. And they were like, no, you're blocking this bit, not here. Don't lean on the wall. What is going on? I mean, we're all grown adults. Everyone's had various jobs and done various things.
Yes. A friend of mine volunteered at the Olympics, taking the tower 4 weeks underneath the observer, handing out ID cards to athletes.
Oh, so you got to see.
Yeah, but didn't see all. And in the end, we bought tickets to the Surrey.
Well, there are guys I know that work at the Oval, but they do all the Wimbledon, Lords, Chelsea Cricket Club. They make it a career.
Yeah.
They've been their whole lives in summer watching cricket. I mean, this is so cool.
Yeah. Well, this is, I've never done it before because I only joined last year and I didn't realise you had to book a ticket to come to this because it's so small.
Yeah, it's only 2,500.
So I got both gigs here. So when it's just like local.
Well, you get more people in the pavilion. But it seems to work.
Just by the score. My wife's in town this afternoon, so if she finishes by 5, we'll go out for a meal.
Yeah, well, do you live here?
I got the train from West Park, so 4 train. So I just got
my long-term partner, her mum was in Mitchell, is it Mitchell?
Mitchell, which is out.
Yeah. So I drove down yesterday to meet mother-in-law and we had a day out yesterday.
Sure.
Got a little 15-minute train up to Guildford.
I got a 4 quid train return from this bike. Normally I'll get 8 to go to boxing and back.
Yeah, but we all know boxing.
And then I go down to I've got the football at Southampton. And that's 15 quid down to Southampton. Yeah, so ideal. Yeah, I've never used public transport so much since I retired. And I just go for sporting events up there.
Well, I live in Bickley, so West Kent, South London. And that's on Victoria. And then the station box is on the Ponsonby. Right. So we shoot into London a lot. Yeah. I mean, it's 20 minutes to get to Brixton and then we shoot to Ponsonby. We're always, and you get so used to TFL. When I went to this Garden Butterfly train station, I literally turned up and I was like, oh, hello, and I can't tap in, can I? And then I was like, what are you trying to do? What are you doing? So I was like, I thought he was going to give me a hand and give me a seat. And then this is going to get on the train. I was like, yeah, it's alright. It's sort of a red and green colour. There's four carriages. I think on a train that's only about 18. And you get common. Everyone's so polite, so that's nice. Because I got the finishing with a lower in Kent. Right. And it's exactly that kind of setup.
Alright.
Morning, sir, how are you? There's clearly a steam train.
Oh, I had a steam train go through West Byfleet this morning. Seriously, yeah. I'm told it does that. It's on tour, so every Wednesday or something it goes through.
The Orient Express kept going through Bromley, and that kept causing traffic.
And I was waiting for the train to go.
I thought I was going to get you on it.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So the trains are having seen actually quite. There seems to be quite a lot of. Because I think I could go to Aspenwall.
Oh yeah.
That's near to where I am. Or the other one is North Camp.
North Camp, yeah. From where I'm in West Byfleet, I cycle down to Aspenwall. My current plan is to one day, because I only do about 20 miles, that's as much as I can do. So at the moment I'm doing 10 up, down the tow path and 10 back. So you can get the whole way down the road, so it's 20 miles. I'm going to cycle to Fleet to get the train back, or I could get the train to Fleet and cycle back, which is probably more incentive.
Yeah, I don't know what we've got a canal.
What's his name?
Or as Mum's place, but I don't know what it is. It's in Mitch. So
that could
be the same one.
Could be the same one, yeah. Because I mean, I say I'm going down towards Fleet, which is not far from where you're talking. Ashvale. Yeah. I go through Ashvale. That's one of the places I jump off at the moment in the cycle back.
I'm a bit lost in action.
Well, it's a Surrey, so you're Kent.
Well, but it's the same with the pavilion. Someone came up to me. Do you know where the nearest water town is? I nearly went, if you go down 3 levels, it's anywhere in the concourse, they're around the ground, you're in box 6, you'll take a trip, you come up, and it's like, oh, hang on a minute. I've got no idea where the water town is. I'll be right. There's all the questions. You know the answer to everything. I can tell you what door number is. That box 57 is next to box 62, and that's where the commentators are, and that's where everyone else is still playing. Well, you can't know anything really absolutely do. There's no science inside it.
I've never seen cricket. I've lived here for 40 years. Drive past this ground.
I think they come here every year.
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, they have the cricket. They call it the Guildford Cricket Festival. I think. Because they have a couple of Surrey games.
There's a game on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm coming on Sunday as well. Because I missed out last year because I didn't remember that you had to book to come to Guildford.
Yeah.
So I then got the email. I thought, right, I've got the email. I'll have it. So I booked myself £2.00 ticket to go.
Yes, I didn't know who was it, so nearly everyone who was a member has.
I would say
and it's free? Or
it's part of our
package?
Yeah, membership, because it's back. So as long as you've got Royal London within your Surrey membership, you know there's about 40. Yeah, it goes up to Lancashire, which is over Surrey County, which is all games and paid for.
I think there's one that's literally you can go in the game and it's about 50 quid. Then there's slightly higher one where you
that's right. Yeah. Sometimes you just get the county championship. Sometimes you just get
It's pretty good value. You live around the corner.
Yeah.
and when you retire, you can get no.
Yeah, it's I just haven't in your
yeah, he literally just said, what a time to send it. Middle of August, and you've got a new one.
So yeah, 240 quid gets me all the county championships, the Oval, all the hundreds, T20s, all the one-day cups, and plus.
Oh, sorry. So can you keep on the pitch? Keep going to the pitch, guys.
Go on to the pitch.
Yeah, I know. It's the opposite.
Tell me about it.
I would be.
Otherwise, we'll have to find you.
No, you're gonna.
You're not allowed to do apparently.
You're gonna arrest me, aren't you? I know this trick.
It's all the big scam.
Why can't you go there? Well, it's corporate.
It's a committee.
President of the show.
Oh, look, the rope's broken. We're in trouble.
I think we should leave immediately with no compensation.
Well, we might be leaving.
Okay. Well, 4:30. Okay, I'm going on the pitch.
But it is honestly, it's the opposite. If you tried to do that in the Oval, you'd be surrounded by green jackets. Where's his orange powder?
It's a mad world, isn't it?
Yeah. I didn't know you were allowed on the pitch. And I was just standing in my
well, to be quite honest, I'm sorry in the event and I'm looking at it. Do it?
Yeah, wandering on. Let's go with our flag. That's what I look. This isn't right. So I remember historically.
Yeah. Actually, it is nice. Relax.
They're still mowing and rolling the square for the next week. Half the crowd.
On the pitch.
It always amuses me when you walk out and look at the wicket.
I played on the captains to do that. They feel the ground and go, it's all over, always bowl.
Not as green as I thought.
Someone said they had to go to Guildford.
This Saturday, could we?
I was standing over there. I don't do it. Alex, not happy, is he?
Yeah, but I started looking at an A team or a B team on Sunday. I mean,
that is proper. The home
don't tell me, I can't walk on the pitch now.
Oh, hang on a minute, you've got to get off the pitch now. He's actually stuck. He's got to get off the pitch, he's not allowed in.
Guys, off the field from now, please, thank you.
See? Yeah. In trouble now. I'm getting you in trouble now. See you later. Cool, have a good day.
Guys, off the field from now, please, yeah? Thank you. Off the field, sir. Excuse me, off the field now, thank you.
This is like no man's land here. We're not allowed inside, and we're allowed outside. I'm just going to okay.
Do you think you could pass this on to the Surrey team to decide?
Do you know any of the players?
What do you mean with
Which players do you know?
all the Surrey.
I can go and ask.
Okay, thank you.
You guys know where you're going? You're going to get shouted at like Andrew. Yeah, I was going to say which. Oh, right. I should know. Yeah, can I? Yeah. Go on, run over.
Okay.
Go really quickly there.
Hi guys. All right, so we come straight across with the...
Yeah, where are you trying to get to?
Just back to the where we came from, which is around the
with the other market?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, go through.
Yeah, thank you. When are they due to start?
There's half an hour break for lunch, so I didn't see what time it was. Yeah, I'd imagine it's next. Yeah, actually, I don't think people are 100 bowls. Where are you trying to get to, guys?
Lovely.
Yeah. Who are you looking for? I think the other side is it. I think it's that one. Okay, thanks very much. Oh, excuse me, sir. Where are you off to? Back there. I'm going to go all the way around that way. Go past.
If they're approaching on the field, keep them off the field.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, folks, and welcome back to our live coverage from Woodbridge Road. Surrey are up against it here in this one. They're going to have to fight hard in the first 15, defending just 153 against Lancs. It's a must-win game, this one, for these two institutions, and Surrey, in the first half of this game, everything that could have gone wrong for them did go wrong, in truth. They didn't do much wrong to find themselves 5 wickets down inside the first 20. Will Williams, the excellent medium-fast seamer from New Zealand, did the damage, 4 for in his opening spell. Ryan Patel was the first to go for 10, Dom Sibley for 18, Rory Burns for 22. Ben Geddes strangled down the leg side, looking good on 7. Cameron Steele just lasted the single delivery. Perhaps the innings of the day so far was from young Josh Blake, who made 34 in sprightly fashion, coming in, of course, for Ben Folkes, who has a minor injury. And the lower order wagged as best as they could. Luke Griffiths, very impressive for a 17-year-old, still in his last year of school. He made a very useful 25 from number 9. Dan Moriarty swung from the hip for 15, but it was all over in 37.5 overs, 153 all out. So Surrey really fighting for their future in this tournament. Tom Laws will get us going, and he's bang on the money first up. So Lancs with George Bell in first alongside Keaton Jennings, Lancashire skipper. Very much a little and large opening pair, really. George Bell, a diminutive young keeper bat. Very good young cricketer. Keaton Jennings, of course, we know all about him. Storied cricketer with an excellent 50-over record, very good white ball record across the board, and significant red ball runs for his second county. Leg side-ish. Umpire thought about it, perhaps wondering if it might have flicked the pad or the hip bone, but no. So, Lancs already away. George Bell with a single, and Tom Laws, who's been rather starved of cricket the last few weeks. Hasn't played in 3.5 weeks in a senior competitive game. He's been with the Oval Invincibles, of course, been released for this game. That's better. That's in that corridor. And I'm joined this afternoon under a baking Sot Hun. Sot Hun?
Sot Hun, it's got you already, Phil.
Yeah, it is. My neck is ever reddening, folks. We've thankfully been given a makeshift umbrella, which is saving our skin here, literally, and with Cameron Ponsonby. It's all or nothing right here for the hosts.
Absolutely. You can see from the field they've started with 3 slips and just the 2 fielders in the offside in the covers. It's a very red ball attacking field.
Leg side-ish and flicked away, and that will run away. Poor delivery by Tom Laws. Hasn't quite found his rhythm just yet. He's on the pads and George Bell did the rest.
Now, I imagine whatever is about to happen in front of us here is going to happen very quickly. Surrey are attacking with the field. They need to bowl Lancashire out in a very dramatic fashion, and because of that they will be offering up greater run scoring opportunities. So I think both sides might be in a hurry.
Leg side again, turns on his heels and gets back to his mark. Tom Laws, he's not found his line just yet.
I think he's trying to bowl those magic deliveries at the moment, just setting that ball out down kind of a leg stump line. And we saw one really whip back around and had a beautiful shape on it, went through to Josh Blake. But aside from that, he's been, well, Laws just had to pause there because Keaton Jennings was shadow batting right at the non-striker's end.
Better, but pushed nicely down the ground. That will beat mid-on. Won't go for 4. But Bell will turn and be back for a third, I think quite comfortably in the end. Moriarty who took that blow earlier on in the piece to his left hand, his bowling hand, and he was in clear pain, clear discomfort from a shy at the stumps that missed target A but landed on target B. Hopefully we'll be able to see him bowl later on. So Surrey are going to get anything from this game, then you feel like each of their 5-man attack has to come to the party. 11 already, still in the first over. It's far from ideal start here for the hosts. Keaton Jennings just settles in. He plays inside the line. Still one delivery to come with those 2 leg side wides, and I have to say, folks, our umbrella has carked it. It's a disaster here. We are hanging in there, folks. We are on the top of the gantry here at Woodbridge Road. Yeah, that is an ex-brolly. It's better by laws, and a little bit of a way drift as well. Perhaps just took a touch of the track as well. Bit of seam. But good start for Lancs here. 11 for no loss. Yeah, that brolly is done for here, folks, and so we just crack on. Exposed to the elements, Cameron.
It's been a very dramatic start on and off the pitch. We had first and second slip, Dom Sibley and Cameron Steele being absolutely done by the second wide, sprinting up towards the other end, ready for the second over. Conor McCurr will bowl. So sorry, on the ropes already.
So 2 slips and a backward point. Now on the 45, Amar Verdi. And it's going to be McCurr from the far end as we look at it. And George Bell just getting going really in his List A career on the back of an excellent 70-odd last week. And McCurr, who's a big, strong, strapping, quick, bang on the money straight away. You need to see something special here. But we certainly saw some movement, didn't we, early on with the new ball when Lancs took the field, and it was a good toss to win, as we said at the time. Will Williams was irresistible, really, for his forfer. And if Surrey are going to do anything here, then you feel like it has to happen and happen quick in the first 10, with the lacquer still on the ball. But there was definite movement off the pitch. Dom Sibley inside edged it, a couple of play-ons. Gets big on him.
I think potentially the source of Surrey's hope, but also where my concern was when Surrey were batting, was that the wickets were falling in ways which suggested both a kind of slower wickets and a quicker wicket. It wasn't just a case of we had Patel and Burns chop on, which would suggest the wicket was a bit slower, but then it wasn't the case that people were popping catches up to the ring. You then had genuine nick-offs as well. And that, to me, my interpretation of that was that kind of Surrey weren't necessarily quite at the races. Or on the flip side, you could say now with the ball in hand, you say maybe it was too paced and there will be those wicket-taking opportunities.
Good start here by McCurr. He's fluttered and flickered, isn't he, for Surrey really over the years, but he's got a lot of good components, the sort of stuff that you look for in a quick. He's strong, broad shoulders, bowls a heavy ball from that height as well, and he's got genuine pace as well through the air. Been out on loan a couple of times, but you feel like he's the kind of player that Surrey want to invest in and want to look after. If he can get it right, he's got a lot of the physical components that you're looking for. Nicely played by Bell. He lets it come and just angles it behind square.
McCurr's been kind of dancing around the county system this year on a number of loan spells. He was on loan at Nottinghamshire during the T20 stuff. He went down to Kent for a game. I believe he went somewhere else as well, which is evading me. But he's previously took a 10-wicket haul when he went off on loan. It kind of McCurr's both suffered from the embarrassment of riches they have at Surrey with kind of in particular seam bowlers. And you kind of really only appreciate his quality often when he goes away and you see the demand he's in elsewhere as a very kind of viable first choice option within the county championship. You know, he's a bowler of real quality. And,
I'm jammy enough to work at the Oval, so I see him week in, week out. He's got a lot about him. Jennings just eases into that square drive, but doesn't beat the man at backward point. And if Surrey are going to get anything out of this one, you feel like McCurr on this track is the kind of bowler who could get something out of it. And, you know, a quick, out and out quick. If things do happen, they can happen fast. Got a couple of spinners as well in the side, and we saw a little bit of help for Tom Morley earlier, the left-arm spinner, who bowled very tidily indeed for Lancs. Surrey have 2 tweakers, of course, in their ranks. Well bowled. Genuine play and miss. Jennings turns on his heels. End of the second over. Good start by Conor McCurr. 12 for no loss as we stand. So just 142 needed already as we amble into the afternoon. A few folks still coming through the turnstiles. A lovely turnout here. Absolute sellout. Packed at the rafters. It's got that magic feel to it as well. Nothing quite like a bit of outground cricket. It has its own unique spirit and flavour. And this is part of a double header for Guildford, of course. Game on Sunday as well. Another sellout anticipated. Leg side-ish again by Tom Laws. As you say, Cam, just trying to bowl that, the classic, the icon ball. The pitching middle and taking the top of off.
I don't know if you can blame him too much, but you could argue that he's potentially being too greedy, but on the flip side, Surrey needs something special, and so in Law's opinion, he just needs to bowl some special deliveries.
So he's staying over to Keaton Jennings, just trying to work on that angle back into the pads. Definite movement in the air, as you can see, quite appreciable, but Jennings wise to it.
You can often forget with Keaton Jennings just how close he is to the test setup still. He toured Pakistan only in December, and he does have a kind of a deserved reputation for being an excellent player of spin. With England's next test assignment in January, I wouldn't be surprised to see him in that squad again.
Yeah, exactly that. He made a triple, didn't he, last summer? Was prolific across all formats for Lancs.
Well, I pulled up his numbers of the last 3 years. So this season he's averaging 63 in the county championship. Last year it was 72, and the year before it was 48. So it's not been a kind of a flash in the pan of run of form. It's kind of more the products of a quality player.
Well bowled, well played as well, just waiting for it, anticipating that in duck on the breeze, playing it quietly under his eyes, full face of the bat. Yeah, first year as skipper at Lancs, and tweaked his hamstring early on in the piece. I've chatted to him a few times, and you can imagine how down he was after that. Just picks the man out, a deep square, so just a single, but authoritative shot. Yeah, it was a real kick for him because he got the job over the winter, building on those numbers, as you say. He's a very sparky and articulate thinker about the game as well. And after being reintroduced back into the test setup, didn't get the nod in the end for Pakistan, of course. Ben Duckett got the nod, but in the setup, that'll be a wide, I think. Yeah, umpire agrees. He's just struggling a wee bit here, understandably so. Best part of a month out of competitive cricket for Tom Laws. This is not quite what Rory Burns is looking for as it stands. He does have that knack though, Laws, as we've seen with white balls and red. He gets late movement. So do you see that Jennings might make the cut then for that India tour? I mean, he has form out there, of course. He made a debut 100 in India.
Absolutely, and I think if you think of it in the context of the last 12 months, if he was good enough and a specialist against spin enough to make the touring party to Pakistan, then he continues scoring runs in the county championship, and the next test assignment is once again to Southern Asia, then you'd be surprised. He hasn't done anything to lose his place in that kind of reckoning, as it were. And there's not necessarily been heaps of pressure in the kind of opening spots elsewhere, and you can afford to take a kind of specialist backup, as it were.
Going to be McCurr to continue. And again, he's been very accurate so far. Jennings plays that nicely, uses the pace. Before that, of course, there's a World Cup. There's a 50 over World Cup.
Indeed.
And for all that the format has been somewhat sidelined in the conversation for obvious reasons, as well we know, it's nonetheless still the most coveted tournament, coveted title out there. Ben Stokes returns. Thoughts on that, Cam?
I think it's what's so a sign of England's strength is they've had to drop a generational player to include one in Harry Brook.
He started nicely here as George Bell. Economy of movement. They're just trying him out as an opening bat here. He's still just making his way in the game. Very, very good keeper. He's very highly regarded here. He's kept in the 4-day stuff already this year.
I've pinched that line from Matt Roller at Cricinfo, who's kind of explaining the ins and outs of the 1-day squad and just how there had to be a tough drop. England want to rotate their seamers throughout the competition. I think it's going to be a very kind of laborious competition on their quick bowlers. So a batter had to go.
And Brook is the man to give way. Nobody really saw it coming, apart from the Brains Trust. People assumed that Brook would have been one of those names that was nailed down come what may, but then in the cold light of day you can't really look past David Milan as a versatile 50 over player with an outrageously good record, and so I guess the roads did lead to Brook in the end, but you can't help thinking that it's a real gamble by the selectors to leave out a player of that kind of class and game-changing talent. Foolish and 4. His game is in very good order, has been for a number of years, and Keaton Jennings deals with that full pitcher with absolute authority. It's all too easy at the moment for these Lancashire openers. 21 for no loss in the 4th.
There's a very simple technique, Keaton Jennings. He scored a better than runnable 100 a few matches ago against Leicestershire in pursuit of 400, and they failed as a collective, but he scored a valiant 100 himself, and now has a lot more time on his hands. He's looking very, very comfortable at the crease.
Foolish leg side, doesn't get too much of it, and so just a dot.
But no, you're correct. In terms of that World Cup squad, the return of folks meant they had to kind of make room. Someone had to go, someone had to be the tough drop, and you could be in a very bizarre situation for England where you're travelling reserves. You have 3 that you can take. Could be Jofra Archer and Harry Brook, two of the kind of great young talents of the English game. And I think as a whole that is a sign of strength more than anything. The sign of a good side is often the best player that's not in it.
Foolish again, and McCurr does very well in his follow through to get something on it. Outstanding athleticism. That would have been 4.
See on the replay here, Conor McCurr diving down to his right to prevent another boundary. Made a very fleshy sound as it struck him on that right hand. It sounded like a stinger. I think it also took his foot as well. It was very dramatic. A lot of action for a dot ball in that piece of play.
Yeah, it was really strongly struck as well by Keaton Jennings. His game looks in fine fettle. Just going through that 15 then. It's not obviously the official World Cup squad yet, but you can't imagine there'll be too many changes in it. And 6 representatives across these 2 clubs. 4 from Surrey, 2 from Lancs, and a sign of the power really of these 2. They are powerhouses of the English game. They keep churning out quality cricketers. Gorgeous. One of the shots of the day. And he just remarks his guard. George Bell is playing a delightful little knock here. Economy of movement, transference of weight, and a very clean hit as well through that covers. Tom Laws is struggling for line and length here. And George Bell is enjoying himself. pick up another single into the onside. Needs to happen and happen fast here for Surrey. But yeah, running through that 15 just really does highlight the strength and depth that Surrey have. None of those four, of course, are featuring in this particular game due to other commitments. Picking up a single into the onside will keep Jennings. It's good to see as well that Jason Roy is in that 15. Sam Curran as well, of course. And Gus Atkinson is the story. Now, you and I have been talking about Gus Atkinson since we saw him maybe at the start of last year. You may even have seen him before that as you tore the flesh pots of Surrey Championship cricket. That will beat Amir Verdi and the keeper as well. Tom Laws is disconsolate in the middle of the pitch, off a bit of glove as well, so that's 4 more to George Bell. It's been very frustrating, isn't it, for Tom Laws, as he's just trying to find his way back into competitive cricket, having been sat on the bench for the Invincibles for the last 2 or 3 weeks. It's not happened for him up to now.
It's been quite a ragged start from Laws, and he's neither found his line nor his length in effect. And it's kind of a very simple way of saying George Bell's taken advantage of it.
That's better. Late movement and a swish, but just as Surrey tended to nick their errant shots and even their forward prods, in truth, not happening as yet for Surrey's bowlers.
No, the call up of Gus Atkinson was, yeah, it was to disclose the personal interest. We came from the same club, and it was a fantastic moment. It was genuinely more emotional than I expected it to be.
And again, 2 in 2 now. That's better.
And to caveat that, I wasn't breaking down in tears when I was reading in the kitchen, but a genuine smile came across your face, and you think it's quite a thing. It's an incredible achievement. It's kind of such a rapid ascent to the international
and rapid
game.
is the word, because there are very few out-and-out quicks in the English game, but Gus Atkinson, from a lithe and casual approach, without appearing to inconvenience the body too much, is able to get it down there at a fair lick. The speed gun ticked over into the mid-90s last week for the Invincibles at the Kia Oval, and that is why England are intrigued by this bowler. It'll be McCurr again, Foolish again. So the big question, Cameron, have you faced him in the nets?
I think I have, but not for a very long time. And
right, okay.
I think I might have even actually played a game here with him. For an academy something or other, although I might be making that up. As good as the last game I did play with Gus was for Spencer's third 11, and I tricked him. I was 19, he was 17, and I didn't tell him who it was for until after he'd said he was available. I said, brilliant, you're in tomorrow, opening the batting, opening the bowling. He got 0 and none for.
Wideish, that will run away down the slope. Jennings doesn't move, just remarks his guard. He means business here. Lanks into the 30s now. Short and wide and there to be hit.
Incredible police convoy that's just flown past us. 5 deep.
The mean streets of Guildford, hey? That was 4 deep. Foolish, and McCurr gets a tip of a finger on it, so just does enough to prevent the boundary. He's feeling a little bit forlorn here for Surrey. They know that every run counts, defending just 153.
Fear of being a bit too preemptive. It's almost having a bit of a foregone conclusion feeling to the moment. There doesn't really seem to be much threat in the way of wickets at the moment. Kind of Lancashire really cruising better than a runner ball at the moment, and that total will disappear. We're going to see a slip disappear from the cordon just to plug that gap, and with McCurr still coming over the wicket. I'm not quite sure whether we might see McCurr going a little bit straighter.
It's better, more on a defendable length this time. He has to get it up there, of course. He has to try and make the ball talk. But it's in a whisper at the moment. 37 for no loss, just in the 6th as well. In a flyer here for Lancs. And the crowd are becalmed, Cameron.
No, and I think Surrey are not necessarily falling into a trap, but they were dismissed by pretty conventional bowling. Lancashire basically just played cricket. There wasn't really any particular plans out there. And the net result of that was, Surrey, I want to say collapsed in a heap, but it was 150 all out. Then on the flip side, you come to defending 150 and kind of walking out into the middle, just playing cricket and bowling to conventional plans doesn't really seem good enough, doesn't really seem like that's going to be the recipe that's going to bring you any success. And so the connotations of that, as we've seen from Surrey, is they're searching that little bit more, missing their lines, missing their lengths. And Lancashire have been very, very comfortable in the middle.
Foolish and almost gets through, but Bell is able to squeeze down on that and does pick up a single in the end. End of the over, so Bell retains the strike. 39 for no loss. The odd fresh air shot, but aside from that, it's been emphatic stuff here by Lancs' openers. They're just going back then, Cam, to that ODI squad. And just to specify, it's for the New Zealand ODIs initially, but it feels like there's not going to be too many ins and outs from here on in. This is essentially the World Cup squad, of course, barring injuries and so on. Jofra Archer doesn't make the cut. He'll be going as a travelling reserve, though, right? Is that correct?
I think they hope he can go as a travelling reserve. And then if he is deemed fit towards the back end of the competition, someone might be kind of tripping Gus Atkinson over, going, roll your ankle, please, mate. Let's get Joff in quickly. Calls around.
And the other seamer as well, from a Surrey perspective, Reece Topley.
Yes.
Which didn't surprise me because he's top class. But nonetheless, with his injury problems, catalogue of injuries in truth, really. It's really good to see. Laws in again, pick up another single easy as you like. In fact, they might come back for a couple here. Yep. Bell alert to that.
I think Reece Topley, there's just such a demand and desire for left arm seamers, especially those that can bowl as quickly as Topley does and from the height that Topley does. And you'll see that national selectors, they don't actually, if you have the right ingredients, they don't actually need to see that much of you. You have a quality that they know works in that environment, and so they'll back you.
Beautifully played again on the up this time, just punches it through the covers and that will run away. And Burns can't reel it in, so 4 more. Gorgeous shot, Cam.
George Bell is batting very beautifully. I think just by nature of being slightly shorter, man, you have to describe him as compact. And it is really, he has been batting with such kind of control. There's been a couple of loose drives, but for the most part, he reminded me of Temba Bavuma out there.
It's a very good shout.
No, Reece Topley also reminds me, you can see that kind of desire for a quick left armer in the internationals team, like how quickly Australia have been advancing Spencer Johnson, who's been playing for the Oval Invincibles in the 100. Spencer Johnson is, I think he's about 27. He pretty much made his debut about a year ago because of injury problems. And they saw him, they said, wait, you bowled 90 mile an hour left arm, let's get you in.
Rock solid again by George Bell. And David Willey as well, so they now have 2 left arm options as well. Willey, a more conventional swinger, of course.
3 with Sam Curran as well.
And 3, of course, with Sam Curran, who there were 1 or 2 people who were wondering if he would make the cut. To me, it was clear as day. He's become an essential part of that 50 over setup. Knows how to bowl on Indian tracks as well, of course, through the IPL. Foolish, driven, beautiful. Superb stuff here by George Bell, who's making a clear case to take the new ball up top here for Lancs. As I say earlier, he made a very impressive 71. I saw the highlights of that from last week. And although he's 20 years young and just making his way, he's a very, very good cricketer. You can tell before he's even hit a ball that he's also a keeper. There's just something about his bearing, and they like him a lot. Lavelle as well, who took He's kept excellently, I thought, earlier on. The catch to get rid of Geddes as well down the leg side was especially good. It made it look easy, but he had to make a lot of ground for that. And they've got a lot of good options behind the stumps of Lancs.
Surrey have just made a change to their field at the end of that over, where they've moved their third man out into the kind of deep cover point area, then lost a slip and had a short third. I didn't necessarily like that change very much, because it suggests that Laws was then going to try and bowl wider. He was going to lose his way from trying to target those stumps, and still kind of full stump line, targeting the outside edge with more dismissals in play. And there I think they've just kind of bowed to the pressure that's Lancashire have been putting on them in a slightly negative. They've taken a step backwards is the way I'd describe it.
Yeah, I wonder if Burns may be tempted to turn to one of his slow men just to try and shake things up here. 4 more. Hit on the up. Emphatic stuff by Keaton Jennings. It was there to hit by Conor McCurr, but he's climbed into that, stood tall, and hit it on the top of the bounce. His game looks in excellent order here. He spoke to me actually, Cam, at the end of last season after the runs that he'd made, that triple and so on, and a double as well in there for Keaton Jennings. Reached the 1,000 run mark by mid-July, I think it was. And he spoke about a few technical changes that he'd made in his setup. And if you remember, when he first came into the England side, he would have his bat already raised, and you remember he was undone a couple of times. Bumrah undid him, and he struggled generally against India in that summer because he felt he'd become very static and staccato in his shots, he was telling me, and it came from thinking that you need to have your bat up and ready, almost like a kind of baseball player, and then you would just be able to lean into it. But he found that he lost any kind of rhythm in his shots, and so he's actually slightly counterintuitively, but he's gone back to how he played when he was a younger man. And if you look now, he comes from down to up. They've got a man out now at extra cover, and so just the single. And so he feels that rhythm enables a better flow through the offside that wasn't there when he was involved with England initially back in 2016, I think it was, when he first came into the side. And by tapping the bat on the floor and then bringing it up in the process of the bowler's delivery stride, he feels like he has a lot more rhythm and flow into the shot. He's certainly playing very well at the moment, and has been for the last few years. Chipped in the air, but no one at mid-wicket, and that will run away. It's timed very nicely again by George Bell. Fabulous knock this. On to 36 now, from just 24. And Surrey are staring down the barrel here. Lancs 60 for no loss, just in the 8th.
McCurr's been bowling both sides of the wicket this over. He went wide to Jennings, then was chipped for 2 into the leg side. Again, getting very straight to the right-handed Bell now as well.
Better this time. You feel like Burns has to change things up here if Surrey are going to get anything from this cricket match.
I think the debate of kind of bat up or bat down when kind of ready is almost became as much of a cultural debate as it did a technical one. I found the two kind of train of thoughts really interesting as to why you go for one over the other.
But as I said, it was counterintuitive because it seemed to go against the grain. Very nicely played again by George Bell. Everything's coming out the middle of that grey nicks of his. Not much of him, but when he plays his shots, they stay hit. So yeah, back to that.
So two trains of thought. One is that you might stand like Johnny Bairstow, bat up baseball style, and then with high hands you're then able to pull from the same position you're able to drive from. You can drop your hands onto the bats and kind of you're in a position to play any shot. The other train of thought, and I know actually from speaking to someone who worked at the pathway at Surrey here, is they almost wanted to proactively go in the other direction and return to people having bat down upon release, basically, because they felt then if you picked the bat up, you had that natural back lift. It then gave you the momentum to actually strike the ball properly, rather than they found they had very technically correct 13-year-olds batting with their hands up and then just dropping their hands onto the ball and not hitting it. Whereas they found if they taught it the other way, and had hands down to begin with, and then they picked their hands up, they'd have a much more natural swing of the bat and actually try and strike the ball.
Laws still into the attack then. False shot there by Jennings. Could easily have cannoned into his off stump. I feel if he'd been wearing a Surrey shirt, that would have ended up clattering into the timbers, but gets away with it. 60 for naught still, and Lancs are cruising here really. Yeah, it is a culture war. It's a technical culture war in the game, and for a time it felt like the Bairstow style, if you like, had won the day, but there seems to be a recalibration there. I asked Jennings about this, and he said he's always been comfortable with the ball in and around his chest and the armpit area. He doesn't mind that. It feels like because he's a tall man, he can naturally get down on that shot, but he did feel like through the offside there was a clunkiness to his play by his own admission. So developing that kind of slightly rotary style where the bat comes out a little bit outside the eye line and then through the ball. I've seen him transform his attacking game. Just to the left hand of straight mid-wicket, and timed nicely, runs down the hill, 4 more. They're doing this well and fast here. 64 for no loss.
I was slightly surprised to see the ball before Jennings advanced down the wicket, and the reason for my surprise, I felt like I didn't see why he necessarily felt the need to put any initiative and kind of take a step forward, because 1 ball later, Laws just erred in line again, and there really has been a number of freebies from Surrey at the start of this innings.
Hit hard, and he got a fingertip to it, but not enough to stop it running away for 4 more. Makes a gorgeous noise off that blade as well, and that's the 11th 4 already in this innings, and we're just in the 9th.
Well, what do I know? Jennings advancing down the track once again, this for the second time this over. This time being rewarded with 4 more runs, and that total is ticking down at a serious rate of knots.
That's better by Tom Laws, but there's been scant moments where he's managed to land it exactly as he's been after, and when he does, Keaton Jennings is completely at ease getting in behind it. 11 4s already in this innings. 15 boundary 4s across the whole of Surrey's innings, with 2 6s added into that, which tells its story really. We thought this morning it was going to be a nip and tuck kind of game of cricket. It's been anything but up to now. Foolish, timed nicely again, but straight to the man. Backward square on the leg side, so just a single.
I think just as we come to the end of that over, 69 for none after 9. I think both McCurr and Laws, to the left-handed Jennings in particular, they haven't, the ball hasn't been moving that much, and because it's been holding kind of straight in its line and they've stayed over the wicket, it gives them a very narrow margin for error on their line. And what we've seen runs being scored both sides of the wicket. So if the ball's swinging, and you're bowling over the wicket, you can kind of try and bring the ball back into the left hand and keep it straight. If it's just going gun barrel straight, if you get slightly too offside, you give them width and Jennings can cut you, and if you get too straight on the other side, you can then be flicked. We've kind of seen both shots on offer there. We are going to have a change of one. We are going to see Daniel Moriarty come into the attack, and I can't say it's too much of a surprise. A change had to be made, and a change has been made.
Yeah, exactly that had to happen. 69 for no loss here, Lancs, and whatever was in the pitch in that first 45 that was exploited by Will Williams has drained out of this track now. It looks docile and a more classical Woodbridge road.
Starting with lots of fielders up here, so tempting Jennings to go over the top from the very start.
Very promising young left arm spinner is Dan Moriarty. He's got the height, of course. Exploded onto the scene really a couple of years back. He's had a quiet couple of years in red ball cricket as Gareth Batty's hit hard and into the gap with complete control. He knew what he wanted to do, got to the pitch, played with a straight bat, bisecting those 2 men relatively straight on the onside. Jennings, as Cameron said just now, a fine player of slow bowling. He looks a fine player, full stop. He's been in complete control of his game here this afternoon, and we're not far off halfway through this run chase already, yet to complete 10 overs. Yeah, just coming back to Moriarty, obviously Surrey have been immensely successful in red ball cricket with a seam heavy attack, and Will Jacks doing very useful work, and Cameron Steele as well with his leg breaks. But Moriarty, you feel, is the future of finger spin for this Surrey setup. Arm ball this time, and some tidy work on the 45. That was hit quite hard, and his spin twin Amir Verdi manages to cut off the boundary. You can see why they like Dan Moriarty. He's got one of those components that you're looking for with a left arm spinner. He can vary his pace, comes from that height, so it gets bounce and turn.
I think you can tell, you can see Surrey's strategy in red ball cricket by the teams they've then been putting out in white ball cricket, with Royal London, the Metro Bank. I beg your pardon to the various financial institutions I've not properly credited there. But in this Metro Bank, you've seen Moriarty, Verdi, and Yusuf Majid.
That does sit up and it's slapped through the covers by George Bell. Deep cover does the rest, so just a single. Been impressed with George Bell here. First time I've seen him live. Very well organised technique.
But because Surrey aren't, their strategy is to go in that kind of extra batter and have Will Jacks do the bowling. These bowlers that might otherwise play in county championship elsewhere don't necessarily get 100 gig, and so you then see them here in the one-day competition. So Surrey, despite not playing a specialist spinner very often in the county championship, when it comes to the one-day stuff, they have 3 options. Often have had 3, if not 4 options in their 11 for a game. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Amar Verdi from the other end pretty soon to challenge the outside edge of Keaton Jennings, left-handed batting stance.
That's the one. So 10 overs gone, and this is Lancashire's all the way through as it stands. 76 for Zit. No chances, no drops, no leg before questions. It's all been very sedate here on a gorgeous afternoon. And it's going to be a double change. Amir Verdi, good to see. Real stylist. Conventional right arm off break bowler, and Burns ringing the changes.
And I don't know if, although it's been very sedate and quite easy for Lancashire so far, I don't think we're going to see them cruise to the finish line. For them to have any chance of reaching the quarterfinals, they need 3 wins and they need 3 good wins. And so here is actually an opportunity for them to really get a fantastic boost to their net run rate. We might see Lancashire risk losing a few wickets to try and get the chase wrapped up as quickly as possible. That could be good news for Surrey as well, for a few more opportunities to take a wicket and cause something special to happen, because we're in that territory now.
So he's not been afforded a slip yet, which indicates that we're not going to expect too much lateral turn here off the straight. This one's shortish and flat, and Jennings climbs into it off the back foot, and it's perfectly timed. It almost seems to pick up pace, runs away through extra cover, and that's 4 more. They are uncontainable now, these two. And that is the 13th boundary for, and we're just a single delivery into the 11th over. Short again, almost diving stop, and he goes with his alternative arm as well, goes with the left arm to try and haul it in Collingwood style, but it's not quite there. It's just not Surrey's day. All of the marginals are going against them here, and the 17-year-old Griffiths there at backward point, unable to stop that. It was airborne, it was uppish, it was there to take. More controlled this time, but that's 9 from the first 3 deliveries.
No, that would have been a bit of a gift had Jennings managed to pop that delivery to backward point. As it happened, it did reach the boundary. short, wide delivery, which Jenny's just got a little bit of a top edge on, and then the following delivery is far more in control and takes his one out to the sweeper. 9 off the over already, as you mentioned. The right-handed bell on strike. On into a 4-5 field, so we're expecting Verdi to be very, very straight with its deliveries. Just a one man out on the leg side boundary.
We've all been there, of course, when you're staring down the barrel, but it's hard to keep going, isn't it? It's hard to keep your energies up. You can see that these fielders trying to rouse themselves. Better that by Verdi, bowling to his field. Tight onside field and just trying to squeeze it past the inside edge of George Bell, who's good for it up to now. Uppish again, but just on the bounce this time to Rory Burns. End of the over. 9 from it though.
A good finish to the over there from Amar Verdi. Seemed to settle in against the right-handed Bell. Had his plans very clear in his mind. Executed well. Bell was slightly mistimed a couple. Popped one up towards mid-wicket and then straight back down the ground to Verdi himself. We enter the next phase of the game.
Just a bit more as well on those England squads announced earlier in the week. The T20 side as well was announced, and Will Jacks is in it. So again, from a Surrey perspective, great news, and Gus Atkinson gets the gig in both formats, which again indicates just how highly they regard him. One or two interesting new names as well. John Turner from Hampshire, who I saw bowl very well in the T20 Blast against Surrey at the Oval earlier in the piece. There's always one or two surprising names, and no one saw him coming necessarily, but he's a fine, tall right arm seamer. Josh Tongue as well with that extra pace, another mildly surprising name, but good to see. He's got a lot about him as Josh Tongue, as we saw in that Ashes series. Another dart by Moriarty, and it does beat Amar Verdi, and it's going to be running away. He will just haul it in, but it's 3 more to the score. It's all feeling rather forlorn here for Surrey, and while the punters are no doubt enjoying the cricket, it's frustrating for us all really that this wasn't a more even-handed kind of game. That's how it goes though. And yet again, every 50-50 going against the hosts. Gorgeously played though by George Bell, who's impressing us all here. Left it late, and then even a tiny bit later played it almost behind him, cutting it between the two men behind square on the offside 4 more. When it beats the infield, it runs away here at Woodbridge Road. It's a gorgeous place to bat and a gorgeous setting for outground cricket. Another game here as well, of course, on Sunday. We'll be covering that for you. Excellent work at backward point, and much needed. It's Cameron Steele there. So both batters now into the 40s. This run chase, the back has been broken. Better finish to the over by Dan Moriarty. But it's a case of playing for pride now really for Surrey, and it's natural that that minds will wander to early September and the resumption of the county championship. Of course, Surrey 17 points clear of Essex. Essex probably their only challengers realistically. And that game against Warwickshire in the first week of September really does loom large. You feel like that would be the potential banana skin for Surrey. But you think 2 wins from 3, and back-to-back titles will be coming to the Kia Oval.
Surrey and Essex in the running. The Phil Walker derby.
Conflicted, mate. As ever, whoever's paying my salary. Verdi this time, into the pads.
The two great moves from Essex to Surrey over the last 20 years. Phil Walker and Dan Lawrence.
One of us ummed and ahed a lot more than the other. I know what side my bread's buttered. Shortish this time.
So I've been a tiny bit surprised. I guess they haven't needed to go after the spinners really so far because there's been the loose balls to capitalise on. But I'm still wondering whether we will see that kind of foot to the floor from Lancashire here and really targeting Verdi and Moriarty straight.
Well, even if they were to go quietly from here on in, and there is a sign of intent, doesn't get much of it. Verdi just pulling his length back a tiny bit. Bell rather through the shot. I think he was looking to go a little bit straighter there, mid on, mid off up. But even if they go just at a steady run of ball from here on in, then it's still an emphatic victory, isn't it? We're only in the 13th over here. And this does wonders for Lancashire's net run rate chances. With 2 games to come. And that is a very classy and well-made 50. Just 41 deliveries, 8 boundary fours, complete control. Classy cricketer. One of county cricket's good guys as well is Keaton Jennings. It's great to see him back after that troublesome hamstring injury at the start of the summer. And really moving along very serenely here. You okay, Cameron? Something tickled you?
Just the extent that Lancashire are in control, to be honest. It's been a remarkable display of dominance over the last 45 minutes or however long this innings has been going on.
49 minutes, Cam. I believe you.
I did also check my WhatsApp, which is always very silly to do whilst on commentary because you get various levels of kind of abuse and various emojis that get sent to you. You don't really know what they're about. Makes you feel very self-conscious. So I went quiet for a little bit.
Who's targeted you?
Friends, apparently.
Right,
friends.
okay.
One message did cheer me up though, so it's fine.
So 13 gone, 97 for no loss. This is a shellacking here for the home side. Just 57 required. And we're just ticking over 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's going to be Moriarty again. The frustration for Surrey spinners, of course, is that there's nothing really to bowl at, and so Lancashire can just sit on them really and milk them without any risks at all. I've been joined by Daniel Norcross, who's itching to get back on the microphone.
I was actually going to ask if you could do the next over.
You're stuck with me, folks. I think Mrs. Norcross is on the scene. That's not ideal by Dan Moriarty, who's frustrated, cranky with himself, really dragged down to a player of Keaton Jennings' class. That's meat and drink. Runs away down to the fans there at long leg, and the 100's up. Inside 14 overs. So what can Surrey pull back from this? A little bit of pride at best here. They've still got 2 games to come, of course, in the tournament. And there's always subplots within that. This does signal the end of their chances of making the latter stages of the Metrobank, but nonetheless, they've got a young side here for obvious reasons. They lost 12 players to the Invincibles, albeit they did manage to pull 1 back today with Tom Laws, but you still see the emergence of these young kids here and there, and they'll be pleased by the performance earlier of Josh Blake, who batted classily and inventively for 30 odd, and it's as well impressive to see Griffiths come in as a 17-year-old and bat sensibly. And again, every half chance eludes the fielder. He just picks up a couple into the onside. And Ryan Patel at straight mid-wicket just has his head on his hands. Not much you can do when the fates are against you. So there we go. 14 gone, 104 for no loss. George Bell on the edge of what will be his second 50 in the tournament this year, on the back of that 71 he made up at Blackpool against Kent. And Keaton Jennings in complete control on 56. It is going to be Dan Norcross, I would imagine, to see us home. And Cam Ponsonby still in situ.
Thank you, Phil. Yes, well, if I'm not seeing you home, it's either because I've walked off in high dudgeon, had an attack of the vapours, or something truly remarkable is about to unfold. Because this has been, I'm afraid to say, something of a shellacking. There's no sweetening this pill, Cameron Ponsonby.
I think shellacking is the correct word.
Shellacking is the correct word, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
Fantastic word.
Now, you know, we were talking earlier. That's been beautifully driven through the offside. It's going to be 4 more. A valiant effort, but it's fruitless again. And that target is now under 50 away, just 46 away. So we were talking about a match that took place here between Surrey and Sussex. Surrey and Sussex in 1981, 29th of July. And I asked if anybody else had been to that. And what a small world it is, Cameron. Because someone was there. Well, there were many people there, but Gordon Tennant was there. He's been in touch.
Wonderful.
And I'll tell you what our correspondent says in a minute. Just a little change in the field. Tom Law's going back to long on. He says, I believe you're asking about anyone that went to Surrey v Sussex at Guildford in 81. I was there, eventually. Clapped out Austin 1100, broke down twice en route. AA were understaffed due to some wedding or other I was trying to avoid, and arrived 5 hours late.
What a fine day in history that was. Well, actually, not a very fine day in history for
Well,
Gordon.
no, not for Gordon, no. I mean, he managed to avoid the wedding.
I guess so. The stranded on the side of the A3 is probably not the best way to spend a day.
Well, he'll have missed most of Imran Khan's 90-odd.
Wonder if Charles and Diana made it down here for the evening session.
You see, had he got those extra runs, got up to 100, end of the over, 109 without loss, just 45 now needed for victory. There's an honours board here, which shows all the hundreds for and against Surrey in first-class cricket. Unsurprisingly, Mark Ramprakash appears 3 times, I think.
Yes, that sounds about right.
He's probably only played about 6 games here.
I thought you were going to say he only played 1. I'd be like, it's mightily impressive.
Keith Medlicott with the ball. Martin Bicknell. It's a roll call of famous Surrey players. Mickey Stewart's on there, you know.
Quite right.
Yeah. Well, they didn't play so much at Guildford until relatively recently, last 50 odd years, 55 years or so. And there's also, as you go down the stairs here, there are pictures of all the players who've played first class cricket and international cricket. And it's quite a good collection, you know. The international cricketers that have played here at Guildford. It's Cameron Steele is in the attack. And he has had quite a fruitful Metrobank 50 over cup.
Now we have just over our right shoulder on the top floor here, we have a number of photos of Guildford's winning 11s.
They were particularly successful in the Flora Doris Cup, which is one of my favourite named cups.
The most prestigious I've
It's a very prestigious cup, but what a great name.
I know, we've got pictures of Jade Dernbach on the wall here, celebrating a 2005 championship, I believe.
Well, the one that surprised me, because there are many I knew about, I wasn't aware that Ashley Giles played here, and also Phil Salt.
I was aware that Phil Salt's played here.
I did not know that. It's not quite as impressive as the Empire Club in Barbados, which has got 4 Knights of the Realm.
That is very impressive.
Played for the West Indies. But Ollie Pope's there. One day I've no doubt he will be knighted, if I had anything to do with it. Martin Bicknell.
I think
of course.
I think there's a particularly. I'd have to go and find it, and I won't be able to in the short time I'm with you. But I'm pretty sure there's an amazing kind of scorecard where Guildford's second team had, it was either a season or a match where they had all of Will Jacks, Phil Salt, and Ollie Pope playing for them in 1 year.
Second 11.
Yes, very much so. And on that, I remember to go from Guildford to Barbados, which is a very normal,
perfectly normal route
transition to make.
Yeah.
I remember there was a discussion, I think, between like Tendulkar and Gary Sobers about how you do talent identification.
Pretty meditated sweep this time, but there is a fielder out at deep square leg, Griffiths, who we haven't yet to see bowling. Looking forward to seeing him sneak in a couple of overs.
And they were talking about, so I think the idea of the conversation was kind of two legends talking cricket. And how can Barbados, an island of kind of however many thousands, compete with 1.5 billion people of India? I think the line Gary Sobers said was, well, if we have a good player, we know about it. No one slips through the net here. Like, if you're good, and if you're good out of 1 billion people, there's a chance no one will ever know. But if you're good in Barbados, we'll know very quickly you're good, and we'll pay you a lot of attention.
It's quite a good point, that. I mean, it's kind of awe-inspiring when you go into that club, the Empire Club. It sounds like it's a kind of very fancy club. It's far from it. Good use of the feet. And that's going to bounce once, twice and 4 more. And with that, Bell goes to his half-century from just 41 balls. Lancashire is scenting a really great opportunity here to improve their net run rate. They've got an outside chance of qualifying, but if they're going to qualify, they need to win all 3 games. They probably need to win them handsomely, and they're well on their way. Just 39 away from their target now. Oh, he's gone again, and that's gone all the way this time. Just avoids the crowd. Another metre the other way, and a couple of men in sun hats would have been forced to take evasive action, you fancy?
Verdi just going a bit of a slower delivery there. It was back of length, but because there was just that little bit less pace, Bell with time to whack it for 6.
Again. But there is cover down at long on. Yeah, so you get to the Empire Club, and it is a very unprepossessing kind of environment. It's just a sort of corrugated iron roof, open on one side, and there's 3 walls. And then you go out to this wall. If I tell you that Wavell Hines is probably the least significant player that they've got on their wall. It's almost like, you've got Frank Worrell, Everton Weeks. It's the greatest names of cricket in the 50s, 60s, 70s. It's
like Ollie Pope, Will Jackson, Phil Salt played for
a bit
that
like
second
that.
11.
Yeah,
the Empire 2s would be a good player.
Yeah. But also their facilities, are pretty rough and ready, because it doubles up as a football pitch. And you got a kind of AstroTurf wicket, an artificial wicket, and no nets that I could see. So I suppose you've got the facilities available all year round, which we don't have here. A somewhat hopeful appeal from Verdi that time. But it just goes to show, you don't have to have lots of swanky nets and a really big square end of the over 124 without loss. As long as you have motivation, time and talent, I suppose.
Absolutely. I think we often forget just how spoilt we are in the quality of cricket clubs we have in England. I know in New Zealand, for instance, cricket's almost an entirely council-run sport. So a friend of mine who went over to kind of doing a year as an overseas somewhere was talking about he was playing some of the highest quality cricket he's ever played. But all the wickets, all the outfields overlap with one another. So he'd be at mid-wicket of one game, he'd be at cover at the other.
Brilliant, like a Medan.
At the other spot, exactly.
Yeah.
who'd say the standard was phenomenal. Whereas here we're quite literally playing a professional game of cricket at a local cricket club.
We are.
I don't know if they'd quite manage that, the Empire. Maybe they would, who knows?
I'm not sure, I don't think they quite would, no. In Barbados, you've got the 3Ws ground as well as the Kensington Oval. But yes, it wouldn't quite come up to first class standard. Now Cameron Steele's continuing, and just from a purely selfish point of view, I want to see Griffiths bowl. We are running out of runs here. There's only 28 more to be got. I don't think it's being unduly pessimistic from a Surrey point of view to suggest that this game is gone.
No.
I think it might be.
Come on, Dan. Lift your spirits.
Oh, that's very delicately played. Should get at least 2 for this. I think about a third. As Griffiths runs round. He's got a good arm on him. Straight over the top of the stumps.
I guess is it a beneficial or is it a chastening experience if you're Luke Griffiths at this point to have an overall, potentially 2? I guess every opportunity is a positive opportunity.
In front of a big crowd. Well, and again, he has nothing to lose, does he, really?
Very much so.
I mean, you know, even if we were going to be particularly pessimistic, I mean, I've seen 26 to get, so he can't go for 36 for a start. Not that I would expect him to.
Well, George Bell is practicing his sweep variations here. We've seen him paddle twice, reverse twice. We may have even seen him conventionally sweep once.
This is almost like he's trying to get points for artistic impression here, isn't it? You know, degree of difficulty on a dive or something.
Side plots to a video game. It goes, play every sweep available to you.
You haven't had the slog sweep yet. There is a deep mid-wicket out. Oh, he's gone for the slightly finer reverse this time, but won't get a run. Well fielded at backward point. 24 needed to win. I think when the run rate required goes below 1.
Yeah, I've just seen on the scoreboard that the Duckworth-Lewis par at the moment is 30. Very well bowled by Cameron Steele.
I've been impressed with him actually in the one-day cup.
He's had a fantastic competition with both bat and ball, and it's kind of as he has played well. His kind of importance within the side has increased, so he's all of a sudden become a bowler. Rather than being a fill-in bowler, he's been increasingly bowling a few more. I'm going to have to interrupt myself here because something incredibly exciting is happening.
Yep, Griffiths is coming into the attack. This is exciting. This could be a where were you moment, you know.
I was at Goodison Park for Ross Barkley's debut, and I always thought that was going to be a where were you moment.
Oh, really?
And it didn't really turn out to be.
It didn't quite turn out that way, no. Well, we've seen some good young cricketers in this one-day cup. We saw Josh Hull the other day playing for Leicestershire, tall left armour. And now it's the first time I've seen Griffiths bowl. And he's got former England opener Keaton Jennings, and lands that perfectly in the block hole first up. He's only 17. I mean, is he going to get taller?
Well, people do that.
They do that. He's quite tall already.
I only started growing at 17.
I would say that that's probably not the case for Griffiths. He's got some nice pace there, just straight onto the pads, but he appears unfazed by the situation and the crowd.
17 was a very important year for me. I went from 5'3" to 5'10", much to my relief.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe 5'4" to 5'10", but it was a much needed growth spurt.
A much needed change of wardrobe, I would have imagined, after that.
These are very bizarre situations where, you know, the two people in my life who told me, God, you've shot up are grandparents or schoolmates who I haven't seen in 10 years and just remember me as a very short human, and they come back and I'm just normal sized and they go, oh,
Ah.
Didn't realise you'd grown.
So these were schoolmates that you hadn't seen since you were 17 or
Well,
16?
you see them in year 13, you didn't see them till 23.
Now, you may be wondering why that's not been wided, but as is Keaton Jennings, I think, he's looking somewhat disgruntled. Eh? Really? But actually, once you come down the wicket, it makes it a little bit more difficult for the umpire to tell. Had he been standing in his original stance, that might have hit his pad. Nice carry through to the keeper. I quite like the look of the action. He's landing it perfectly well.
I mean, maybe it was, Surrey have obviously kind of elected Griffiths as the one to be fast-tracked in this competition. I don't think you can be slow-tracked at the age of 17 if you're getting a game. A fantastic opportunity for him to sneak a couple overs in a professional environment.
Fancy it will only be a couple though. Well, that first over's just gone for the 3. 133 without loss after 19. Lancashire are easing their way to a comprehensive win. It has not been Surrey's day. They lost those 2 early wickets and then 2 wickets in the 11th over. And 4 down with under 55 on the board. From there, it's very difficult to recover from. Jo Harman has joined me.
Afternoon, Dan.
How long do you think we've got here now?
I was going to say, I think this might be a shortish stint.
I think it might be a shortish stint.
20 required, and it's been a cakewalk, hasn't it, I think?
It has been a cakewalk, yeah. Yes, it hasn't been Surrey's best day at the office. I've got to say the pitch looks a bit easier, but is that the function of the time of day, the amount of sun there's been on it, or the bite of the Lancashire bowlers? Ah, it's a fine shot. And that is going to go all the way. 6 more. A good clean strike.
Lovely flow of the bat from Jennings.
And he also didn't overhit it because there are some cars over there, which he could have been tempted to have a go at, including my own.
I felt you tense up briefly there.
I did briefly, yes. Did you feel it?
I did.
Ooh.
No, Surrey fans won't agree with me, I'm sure, but they've been a joy to watch these two go about it in very different ways, but both nice on the eye. Been particularly impressed with George Bell, young George Bell.
What do we know of George Bell?
We know that England under-19 cricketer was part of that same World Cup squad as Tom Aspenwall. I know this is the first time I've seen him live, but I've seen enough clips on social media to see that he's a good batsman to watch. And he's the one they've got high hopes for, and it goes without saying he's a wicketkeeper as well.
Of course. And he likes to play that shot. The last over against Cameron Steele, I think we saw 4 different sweeps.
Yeah, one's not enough these days, is it? You have to have a variety. I'd say watching Lancashire today, I'm a little bit surprised they found this tournament tough going. Just the 1 win coming into today. They've got a nice balance of a few experienced names like Keaton Jennings, Josh Bohannon, who we haven't even seen with the bat yet.
George Balderson.
And then this sprinkling of talented young players that they would seem to be in quite a strong position to compete for a cup like this. And they're not out of it, but they've got an uphill task to qualify.
Well, this is going to help them, isn't it? They've almost certainly got to win their last 2 games as well, but if they do that, results go their way. This will do wonders for their net run rate. For Surrey, well, it's not a great surprise, is it? Missing 13 players to the 100 and then a number of other ones to injury. Mentioned it before today, but you're naming a squad of 11. That is, as David O'Leary used to say, the bare bones.
Yeah, and they've got Tom Laws back in, but he hasn't really bowled for a little while. Wasn't quite as best with the new ball, but it is tough when you're trying to defend 153. walked around the boundary and it felt quite flat out there as well. Not a lot of noise in the field. That's probably symptomatic of, again, having quite a lot of young players who don't necessarily feel hugely confident in that environment yet, still feeling their way into it.
Well, I fancy this is going to be the last we're going to see of Griffiths today, with only 8-9 runs needed to win. He's probably going to get this over.
I was a little bit surprised they didn't bring him into the attack slightly sooner, given that it felt the game was gone. Maybe have a look at him for a few more overs than the 2 he's probably going to get. He's had a nice day with the bat as well. Confidence will be running reasonably high.
Yes, it's pretty futile trying to find positives on a day like today if you're Surrey, but if there are 2, there are, I suppose, Griffiths with the bat and Josh Blake with the bat as well.
Yeah, I think Blake's, over the last couple of games, just a 25 I think it was against Yorkshire, but he's shown that he's got definitely something about him with the bat and the gloves.
Well, he pulled off a great catch standing up, didn't he, at York?
Yeah, and there was a stumping off Ryan Patel as well. Any stumping off the seamer is impressive. Ben Folkes himself would have been proud of that one.
Ben Folkes not playing because of injury, of course, and Jordan Clark. It's a great shot. Bat turned ever so slightly in his hands, but still came out of the middle of that bat. Sped away straight past the bowler. So they're one blow away, Jo Harman.
Yeah, George Bell racing on to 71 from just 55 balls now. I think that's the second half century in this competition. And this is equal with his highest ever List A score.
Another quite short Lancastrian batsman. Think of Josh Bohannon, who's playing in this game. Doesn't look like he's going to get a bat. And the first time I really saw Josh Bohannon was against Surrey at the Oval. Did you see the pink ball game in Surrey's championship?
No, I wasn't
winning?
around for that one. I remember it though.
It was an absolute beauty when the last wicket was taken by a superb catch at short leg.
Yes.
And the fielders go in 2 different directions. It's one of the great photographs.
Was it Will Jacks who took the
Jacks,
catch? Yeah.
Off Morney Morkel, I think.
Oh, he's a fine player, Bohannon. He was very much in England conversation for a while there.
Well, I mentioned that match because he nearly got Lancashire over the line in it. He batted really, really well. Got a lovely compact technique. 150 without loss after 21. 4 more to win. Expect it'll happen in this over.
I think Bohannon's one of those players who's perhaps a victim of Bazball.
Yep.
Not to say that he hasn't got any shots in his locker, but he's not the kind of front foot player necessarily that McCullum and Stokes are clearly keen to have in their side.
Well, there's also so many good batters out there, aren't there? You know, you'll be competing now with the likes of Jamie Smith and Will Jacks from Surrey, among many others.
Sam Haynes, another who hasn't got a look
yep.
in. Fantastic record in recent seasons.
And actually, when we were going through the likely England lineup for 2027, which was a fairly futile exercise, but looking at it, assuming that Root is still playing, any one of the top 6 that you would probably rule out would be Stokes. So it's going to be quite difficult to maintain that level of motivation, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess you just have to set different goals, and county silverware is a big achievement in itself. Lots of players don't get that honour of playing for England. But yeah, I suppose Ben Duckett's done brilliantly this summer, but England openers tend not to last too long. I think saying he'll still be there in 2027 might be
pushing it.
Might be pushing it.
Any reason I suggest it's possible for him and Crawley is that they kind of cracked the code this year, didn't they?
And they're going to get plenty of opportunity. I mean, they're not going to get dropped if they have a bad series. We know that.
Exactly. Duckett's that little bit older, of course, so he may be enticed into the world of T20 before long. But I don't think while he's enjoying it as much as he is that he will. Scores level. 153 without loss. Lancashire just one run away from a 10-wicket win. And they've been good for it today.
Been a really impressive performance. After those first shaky 2 overs, that leaks 18 runs, they haven't really put a foot wrong since then.
So here we go. Jennings going to try and finish it big, or does he just want a red inker? Red inker.
I'd back that.
Yes.
I'd want the red inker.
Of the two, I thought it was always more likely to be Jennings who was going to defend that ball. Whereas Hill, I think he might try and plonk this one out the park, because we haven't actually seen that many huge hits today, have we? There's the hole in the advertising hoarding away to our left.
Yeah, well, we forecast them at the start of the day, didn't we? It hasn't really been that kind of game. I suppose when the first team score 150, there's not a huge necessity for big hits.
They mostly hit it along the ground, haven't they, these two? And that will be it. The ball will speed away down the gentle slope for 4. And Lancashire register a massive 10-wicket win with 27.5 overs to spare. And it really has been an absolute marmalising. Surrey have not been at the races at all today. Put into bat, they lost a couple of early wickets. Their middle order collapsed. There was a little bit of resistance at the end. Blake and Griffiths can be quite pleased with their contributions with the bat, but really there was nothing in this pitch for them by the time they got to bowl on it. And Lancashire will be delighted. They are still alive in this competition. They need to win their last 2 games. They need to hope that results go their way. But for Surrey, well, they won't be able to qualify now for the latter stages of the Metrobank One Day Cup. They've still got 2 more games to fulfil. We'll be back here on Sunday. We'll be on air at about 5 to 11, which is about 5 minutes before England's women are in the World Cup final. So, you know, if you are one of those hardy souls who can either watch both or are just happy to watch Surrey, do let us know. We'll be here. Well, I say we. I'll be here. Joe won't be here.
I'll be in the pub watching the football, but tune in for the cricket.
Cameron Ponsonby will be back, as will Phil Walker. Last thoughts from you, Joe, before we head off back into the sunset?
Yeah, not a day that Surrey will want to remember for too long. I think you have to say a very commanding performance from a really good Lancashire side who, if they can get 2 more wins, I think they're going to be quite a difficult side to beat. Good mix of experience, some talented young players, and the value of experience, everything really came through today with Will Williams taking those early 4 wickets, Keating Jennings leading the way with the bat with George Bell in support, and yet a thoroughly one-sided game.
Well, it was thoroughly one-sided. It was also a sellout here at Guildford, and it's repeatedly a sellout again on Sunday. The weather holds. It's always a lovely day out here. I hope you can join us when we're next back on air. That's 5 to 11 Sunday morning for the last of Surrey's home games in the Metrobank One Day Cup. As we just see that scorecard, there's not a lot to report, is there? 153 all out. Surrey not getting anywhere near using up their overs. They left 63 balls. 63? That's not right. 75 balls unbowled. It was Williams who did the damage up top, getting rid of Patel, Sibley, Geddes and Steele in quick order, finishing with figures of 4 for 30, but ably supported by Blatherwick. Aspenwall, who was quite impressive with 2 for 26, Balderson 2 for 28, and Jack Morley didn't extract much turn but was very effective, very accurate in reply. 157 without loss in just 22.1 overs. It does not get much more comprehensive than that. Bell and Jennings easing Lancashire to victory. And the bowling figures will not make particularly pretty reading. Obviously no one taking a wicket there. 6 bowlers used. Was interested to see Griffiths, 17-year-old. Amaverdi back in action as well, but it wasn't really the day for him. It wasn't really the pitch for him. Didn't have the runs to play with. So, for now, we will say goodbye. Join us again Sunday, 5 to 11. Okay, let's boogie. Let's get the hell out of Dixie.
Quick game's a good game.
Lovely.
Joey.
Right, hold on tight. You ready? Wow. Okay. Let's go.
What?